You know, I've been around for a while. Met some interesting people. Done some crazy things. So you just might think that there's not much that can take me by surprise. You'd be wrong. The world is full of stories, science and things that amaze and confound me. Every single day, incredible mysteries that keep me awake at night. Some I can answer. Others just defy logic. Are we living on a hostile planet? In Newfoundland, a small community is devastated by a mysterious explosion.
It really looked like the bomb had gone off.
Was it a secret weapon or a freak of nature? On Lake Michigan, a yacht vanishes into thin air.
This is the most extraordinary thing I have ever witnessed.
Was it swallowed by an evil fog? And in the Indian Ocean, two giant flashes of light send a nation into panic.
Everybody knew for sure this was something to be very concerned about.
Yeah. It's a weird world, and I love it. Listen. Nature, isn't it wonderful? You know, Mother Earth, she's all we have. Over 6 billion of us occupy possibly the only planet in the universe that sustains life, but yet we take everything from her and give very little back. Is she getting mad at us? Are killer tsunamis, quakes, and tornadoes the Earth's way of saying enough is enough? Maybe. But there's something else going on with our planet, freaks of nature that are impossible to explain and can strike you out of the blue. Sunday, April 2nd, 1978. 12-year-old Darren Bickford was making his way home on Bell Island, a small community in Newfoundland on the east coast of Canada.
I was outside riding my pedal bike, and I knew one of my favorite shows came on television at 11, so I was pedaling back home.
But Darren wouldn't get to watch TV that morning. Instead, he would witness one of the world's greatest unsolved mysteries.
As I approached the end of our driveway, all the birds stopped chirping, all the dogs stopped barking. It just went so still. And then it was boom, like a shotgun blast, followed immediately by another boom, and then followed immediately after the second boom. The ground shook underneath me. It was the biggest noise I have ever heard in my life.
Suddenly, something unbelievable appears right in front of Darren, a glowing ball of light.
It was hovering off the ground when it appeared out of thin air, and the beautiful colors of blue made up most of the center of the ball. And outside of the blue, it was orange and yellow mixing together. And then just like that, the ball of light just disappeared into thin air. This is without a doubt the strangest, most terrifying thing I've ever seen. But I was terrified, but I was transfixed by it. It was so beautiful looking, this ball of light, and the colors and the way it swirled around. You couldn't help but stare at it, even though I was scared. I was shaken, but I loved it, and I've never seen anything like it. And I guess I will probably never see nothing like it again in my life. It was all over in 4 or 5 seconds. But those 4 or 5 seconds are burnt into my brain just like a roll of film.
The massive explosion was heard over 60 kilometers away. Its impact wreaked havoc. People reported exploding TV sets, blue flames shooting from electrical outlets, and a strange beam of light coming from the sky. This bizarre event was dubbed the Bell Island Boom.
After this happened, everyone was in bewilderment.
One house seemed to catch the brunt of the boom. It belonged to Darren's grandfather, James Bickford.
Fuses in his fuse panel were glass fuses that were screwed into the panel. These had come out like bullets and went about 20-odd feet the length of their hallway and buried themselves in the wall.
Grandpa's chicken coop is demolished. The chickens inside, killed instantly.
It really looked like the bomb had gone off in his shed.
It's a bizarre scene. But even more baffling are 3 large holes blown into the ground.
There was a cone-shaped hole going 3 or 4 feet down. We didn't know what it was.
This weird and mysterious incident soon generates massive interest around the world.
A lot of people came, the media came. The television news crew had me describe to them what I had seen.
Myself, I thought there was something happened to the world, or someone dropping bombs or something.
Now, this is really weird, or what? Little kid is riding his bike, minding his own business, when boom, this town is suddenly smashed by some mysterious explosion, turning fuses into lethal weapons, exploding TV, and what about those poor chickens? Awful. What could have caused something like that? Was that me? Jim Farrell was a local fire investigator and one of the first to the scene. After being asked to investigate, he sends his report to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The RCMP officially concludes that it was lightning. Farrell begs to differ.
I said, I don't believe it's lightning. I've never encountered anything so great as this force.
But Jim isn't the only one who wants answers. Soon, Darren gets a surprise visit.
There were these strange men. I was told they were scientists from Los Alamos, New Mexico.
The Los Alamos National Laboratory built and tested the first atomic bombs. Could there be a connection? The men interview everyone involved, including Darren and Jim.
I told him everything I knew, and next thing, I was more or less ordered to turn over my exhibits to a gentleman.
33 years later, and I would still like to know to this day, what was the ball of light that I saw? If it was lightning, how did it remain stationary and motionless in the air? How did it appear out of thin air and then disappear into thin air? Those things aren't supposed to happen, but they do happen. I saw it happen.
The 3 strangers leave without giving any concrete answers. What were they looking for? What did Darren Bickford and the residents of Bell Island witness? And what could have created the Bell Island boom? Science journalist Brian Dunning believes the answer isn't so earth-shattering after all.
There was actually about 600 booms between starting in late 1977 going through mid-1978. Nobody could really localize exactly what was happening, but it was heard from South Carolina all the way up through Canada.
Could the Bell Island boom be part of a bigger phenomenon? What could be responsible for this rash of strange booms?
As so often happens when you have a mystery, all kinds of people started coming up with crazy explanations for what these might be. And the most common one was people thought it was some kind of a military test of a new super weapon. Something like maybe that Nikola Tesla might have envisioned. Tesla, when he was in his later years and was getting kind of crazy, he was coming up with all kinds of proposals for ideas. He never built them or anything, but one of his ideas was a giant atmospheric superweapon that would move a large chunk of the atmosphere over a city and destroy it. And some people were saying that this might be a test, an actual test. Maybe someone actually built this weapon and we're trying it out. We don't know any superweapons that are consistent with what happened at Bell Island. It's purely conjecture. It's purely just hypotheses that you make up. There's no evidence supporting that. Maybe it is the explanation, but we don't have any reason to think so. What started happening in December of 1977 is that the Concorde was flying over. It was making its supersonic flights between New York and Europe, and that created sonic booms coming over the land.
When planes fly through the air, they make waves, just like a boat in the water. The faster you fly, the closer the waves build up at the tip of the airplane. And when a plane actually goes faster than the sound waves can move, they pile up into one big sonic shock wave that can cause damage to the areas on land below it. Could the Bell Island boom just have been the effect of a sonic boom from the world's first supersonic passenger jet?
Because it was a sonic aircraft and made a big sonic boom, it was supposed to go way out to sea. However, on hot days, because of fuel expansion issues, it would have to take a shortcut route and it would go over Nova Scotia. For all the 600 mystery booms that we heard, most of them were correlated with sonic booms from the Concorde and other aircraft.
Could the world's fastest passenger jet have caused the tumult on Bell Island? Or was it something far more deadly?
It may be something that science doesn't know about yet.
A small Newfoundland community is thrown into chaos by an earth-shattering boom. Was it caused by a supersonic airliner? Carl Stefan is a professor of engineering. His theory is very electric.
What I've read of the Bell Island boom sounds consistent with a super lightning bolt.
Super lightning bolts are extremely rare, but freakishly powerful bolts of lightning.
Most lightning has a negative charge. However, about 10% or less of lightning bolts are positively charged. Positive lightning also tends to travel farther. It can go several miles from cloud to cloud, for example. So the eyewitness reports of the Bell Island boom that said the sound was heard for many miles around, that's consistent with a long positive lightning bolt that, was going through several clouds in several miles distance before it hit the ground and did all that damage. The current is about 10 times what your typical lightning bolt would have. So it would make a much louder boom.
Superbolts almost always occur in the upper atmosphere over oceans. Very rarely do they hit land. But do they explain the weird things seen that day on Bell Island? Like glass fuses acting like bullets.
Strange things happen when very large currents flow through wires that aren't designed to carry them. Tremendous forces are set up, magnetic forces that can cause ordinary objects to fly like projectiles.
Okay, but what about the poor chickens that were roasted in their coop?
Chickens are susceptible to being electrocuted. What can happen with any kind of animal that are in a place where lightning hits the ground is the current running along the ground can actually run up through the legs and through the body and kill the animal.
Stefan's superbolt theory seems to help answer some of the mysterious incidents on Bell Island. But does it explain the weird glowing ball of light witnessed by Darren Bickford? Stefan believes the answer lies in an incredibly rare natural phenomenon.
The ball of light hovering sounds a whole lot like ball lightning. Ball lightning is sometimes seen to form right after a lightning strike. And it either disappears silently or it can explode. We suspect that it is an electrical phenomenon. It may be something that science doesn't know about yet.
Did lightning make fuses explode and act like bullets? Did it roast those chickens? Questions persist. If scientists don't even know what ball lightning is, how can they think that that's what Darren saw? If it was a superbolt, why did high-level personnel from a top-secret lab show up to investigate? And finally, what caused the 3 craters at James Bickford's place? Lee Tizard is an electromagnetic weapons researcher. He thinks Mother Nature shouldn't take the rap for this one.
I believe the evidence indicates that it was caused by something man-made and not something by nature. It was an accident.
But what could cause an accident on this scale? What kind of accident blows holes in islands?
During that time frame, the Russians were pounding North America with a very powerful and disruptive signal called the woodpecker signal.
The woodpecker signal was a radio signal used by the Soviets in the 1970s to provide early warning of an enemy weapons launch. By bouncing radio waves off the Earth's upper atmosphere, the ionosphere, they could analyze the returning waves for disruptions indicating a missile attack.
It was a 10 hertz signal, 10 vibrations per second, and it sounded like this. It sounded like whack, 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 whack. It was just extremely powerful. It was so disruptive that the UN and a number of countries banded together at the UN and protested to the Soviet Union when they found out that it was originating from Gomel in the Soviet Union, and they protested and demanded it be stopped, but it really didn't stop for a long time. I think it stopped in like the mid-'80s, but it went on for at least 10 years, the mid-'70s to the mid-'80s.
According to Tizard, the woodpecker signal was a ticking time bomb. He believes its use accidentally created a column of electromagnetic energy known as a standing columnar wave over North America. Despite being invisible to the eye, this huge energy field had the potential to be disastrous.
I believe that the standing columnar wave that was established collapsed. And when the standing columnar wave collapses, it creates these vortices of electromagnetic energy that have to dissipate. It sent down 3 spinning vortices of electromagnetic energy, and that's what we believe struck, explaining the 3 holes.
Did a Russian radio signal create an electromagnetic column over North America which accidentally collapsed? If so, why did it happen on a remote island off the coast of Canada? And does it explain the glowing ball of light?
It's believed that the standing columnar wave that was created by the woodpecker signal was attracted to Bell Island because of the iron ore content. It was a former iron ore mine.
Did the iron-rich Bell Island act as a giant magnet for a massive burst of electromagnetic energy caused by the Soviets? Or was it struck by a superbolt with a side dish of ball lightning? Whatever the truth, Darren Bickford and the other survivors of the Bell Island boom may never know. Weird, or what? A mysterious, deadly fog haunts Lake Michigan, swallowing ships and planes and bending time. Is this a true freak of nature? Is it weird, or what?
In 3 meters, turn right.
You know, modern technology is amazing, isn't it?
Turn right.
I mean, with nothing but this tiny gadget, I can navigate to within an inch of wherever I want to go. Look.
Prepare to turn left. Turn left. Go straight ahead.
It even talks to you. What a nice lady. And it's so accurate.
Turn right.
Yeah.
Turn right. Turn right.
Can't turn right, you stupid thing. There's a wall here.
Go straight ahead.
Ah.
Go straight ahead. Calculating route.
Have you ever felt yourself disoriented, like you're lost from the woods?
Route.
Well, I am.
Go straight ahead.
No!
Calculate.
It's not a pleasant experience, I can assure you. The Great Lakes of North America hold 1/5 of the world's fresh water. They're also one of the most popular areas for sailing in the world. But on a summer night, nearly 2 decades ago, Kathy Dorr discovered these gentle waters aren't quite what they seem.
The events of that night challenged my conventional view of reality.
It's a warm July evening when Kathy sets off for a leisurely sail.
Clear sky, light chop. It was beautiful out, and it was hot.
Just around nightfall, her calm journey is upended by something mysterious and alarming.
Very abruptly, we encountered fog, a very strange fog. It just descended on us. Poof, just like that.
In minutes, the fog engulfs the boat.
We feared that we might have a crash. At that point, I became very, very, very cold. In fact, I was freezing.
Blinded and cold, Kathy and her yacht have seemingly disappeared into a void.
The boat began a strange aquatic dance. It began to turn, almost as if it were pirouetting on its axis. There was no movement of the sea. This was not a whirlpool. I looked at the captain and I said, "Who's steering the vessel?" And he said, "Nobody, it's steering itself."
Amazingly, the vessel does 3 complete 360-degree turns. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the fog suddenly vanishes. They regain control of the boat and head for home. But when Kathy looks at her watch, she makes a startling discovery.
I've gone over this 100 times. We should have been back by 10 p.m., and it was after midnight. We cannot count for 2 hours. I don't know what happened to that time.
Kathy's pleasure cruise had somehow become a nightmare.
I just remember thinking, this is the most extraordinary thing I have ever witnessed.
What happened to Kathy and her yacht? Remarkably, her experience isn't the only weird event to occur on Lake Michigan. Numerous unexplained mysteries have occurred here. Passenger airplanes vanishing without a trace, legends of ghost ships appearing out of nowhere, and thousands of UFO sightings. Could the mysterious fog Kathy encountered be linked to these strange events? Was it a natural phenomenon or something unknown? Pilot Bruce Gernon believes he has the answer.
When I first heard Kathy's story, I immediately realized that she had experienced what I call electronic fog.
Bruce believes that sometimes different magnetic fields from the Earth collide in powerful freak thunderstorms over remote bodies of water, such as Lake Michigan. The result is a metallic, highly charged fog.
It's been known to actually chase vessels and try to capture them. And once it captures them, it clings to them, and the people become disoriented because it doesn't make sense to them. No one has ever realized that it's attached to them. Everyone always thinks that they're moving inside this fog. They don't realize that the fog is moving with them.
Once formed, the electronic fog is magnetically attracted to metal objects like ships and airplanes, wreaking havoc on their navigational controls and displaying other incredible properties.
It has an electromagnetic energy within it that can become so powerful that it can affect the fabric of time itself.
Time warping fog? An interesting notion. But is there any science that can back it up?
NASA has just recently announced that they have discovered something new in certain types of thunderstorms. And it appears at the top of the storm, emitting antimatter.
Created by massive lightning within a storm, antimatter produces 10,000 times more power than nuclear energy. Some scientists speculate that this sort of power could open doors to new dimensions of time and space.
And this is a critical discovery that relates to the electronic fog.
Incredibly, Gurney says he knows what it's like to be enveloped by the electronic fog. He claims one of them captured his plane over the Bermuda Triangle and that he traveled 300 miles in only 10 minutes.
And that would be impossible to do in a small plane like this. You'd have to be going close to 2,000 miles an hour. And when I landed back at Palm Beach International, we always topped off the fuel tanks. And on this particular trip, we used 10 gallons less fuel than we've ever used before. And I'd made this trip a dozen times. And I saved that receipt. I have the original.
Could a mystery fog have sucked Kathy Dorr forward in time? Do we need to rewrite our science books?
This is a very real phenomenon.
A woman and her yacht suddenly disappear while sailing on Lake Michigan. Were they taken by a freak of nature known as electronic fog? Dr. Don Adrian Rice doesn't think so.
Human beings are not always reliable witnesses to our own experiences.
For him, the explanation is far more straightforward.
I think what the person was experiencing was sensory deprivation.
When our senses are deprived, say with a blindfold, our brains try to fill in the gaps, often with strange results.
Typically, they began to either hallucinate visually, they could have auditory hallucinations, or they could have kinesthetic hallucinations with the body.
Could a regular fog cause Kathy Dorr to hallucinate and mistake an ordinary event for something fantastical? Maybe. But how could it explain those 2 missing hours?
You're having a great time at a party or someplace, time seems to go by very quickly. If you are sitting in a meeting, time goes very slowly. And of course, objectively, the clocks are moving exactly the same, but that's not your experience of it.
Dr. Rice is so convinced that sensory deprivation is the culprit, he's offered to recreate the weird events of an electronic fog in his lab. All he needs are headphones, a set of goggles, and ping pong balls. That's right, ping pong balls.
The experiment itself is one where an individual is deprived of visual information by having goggles with ping pong balls cut out, placed over the eyes, which lets in a little light. But otherwise, the person is deprived. And at the same time, we'll have them listen to white noise sound.
The participants are not told how long their senses will be deprived.
Tell me a little bit about what you experienced.
I've seen sort of outlines of things, almost like looking at clouds and you see shapes in them a little bit. Sort of like the outline of an eye or a mask sometimes. Maybe the sort of shape of a house.
A sensation almost as though I was sinking down a little bit.
I've started feeling a little bit uneasy, a bit nauseous, as it felt like things were moving around a little bit.
The darkness around my eyes was growing, as though one was being lowered into the ground. Interesting experience. A little bit unsettling.
Dr. Rice has proved that depriving the senses affects perception. But did they also lose track of time?
I was thinking about 5 minutes. I wouldn't have been surprised if it was actually 2 minutes.
I was thinking probably somewhere between 5 and 10, like closer to 10.
It didn't feel like very long, maybe, 5 minutes.
Incredibly, the experiment lasted for 20 minutes.
I think the most interesting thing for all 3 was the time distortion, because this lasted for 20 minutes, and they experienced it from 5 to 10 minutes. So again, that's consistent with the experience that the person had in the fog, or others who have been in these kinds of situations where they experienced time distortion. So in this short experiment here, if that were to be generalized to a larger situation, a person may experience themselves as losing even more hours. So that would be very possible. But what you can actually see here is how our brain works and how our brain tries to make sense out of a situation where the senses are deprived. So your brain continues to do that.
I guess it is pretty powerful what your mind decides to do, you know, in a situation like that. It sort of goes where it wants to go.
It's a bit peculiar that your mind can sort of play tricks on you like that.
I don't know where that time went.
Wow, that's an incredible theory. The fog caused a severe case of sensory deprivation, which made Kathy hallucinate. But you know what? I'm sick of watching all these wonderful experiments. I want to try this and see for myself. Great. Hello? Hello? Okay, here we go. Just wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm definitely seeing something. I think Dr. Rice might be really onto something here. Yeah. I can see white. I can definitely see white. And I am very disoriented. But I have to ask, can this explain how an entire yacht could get swallowed up by a fog? Hello? Hello, are you there? Can someone call a doctor? American author David Childress disagrees these strange occurrences are simply tricks of the mind.
This is a very real phenomenon. It's not just something that's a psychological aberration or hallucination on their part.
For Childress, the answer lies in ley lines, a matrix of magnetic pathways crisscrossing the Earth, connected by ancient ceremonial sites. He believes they can create vortexes of energy and manifest as the paranormal fog.
Other people call these ley lines different things. The ancient Chinese call them dragon lines. We might call them earth currents, or in Australia, the Aboriginals there call them dreaming tracks. The Earth itself is like a giant magnet. And it has a North Pole and a South Pole of magnetic energy. And that energy is created by the rotating, swirling magma inside the Earth. It too is magnetic. And with this ball that's the planet Earth, with the magnetic lines running all through it, it has its own special energy. And it's where these magnetic lines cross and come together in certain powerful areas, geometrically scattered around our planet, that these vortex, hyperspace spots occur. And it's my view that these vortexes of energy occasionally are activated and become alive and become portals or doorways to other time-space dimensions. And this is what people get caught up in the Bermuda Triangle or in the Great Lakes Triangle.
Incredible. But does it explain what happened to Kathy and her yacht?
What may have happened to Kathy on Lake Michigan was that she was in one of these vortexes when it became activated. And suddenly a mist or fog starts to come in and surround you. You're not in the same place that you were. You feel you're in another dimension.
If, as Childress believes, Kathy really traveled to a new dimension, how in the world did she get back?
Many of the people who have gone through these bizarre vortex areas and survived are probably very lucky. We'll never know how many people have been in these same vortex areas and situations, and they never came back.
Does this solve the mystery? Did Kathy Dorr sail into a patch of fog or into another dimension? Was she merely hallucinating as a result of sensory deprivation? Or had she entered a time vortex created by ley lines? Whatever the answer, it's most definitely weird, or what? A blinding double flash of light is detected over the Indian Ocean. Did it nearly cause World War III?
Everybody knew for sure this was something to be very concerned about.
When it comes to the mysteries of Mother Nature, there's a lot of things that aren't quite as they seem. It's all a matter of perspective. On one hand, it can look perfectly normal. On another, it could look like the end of the world. That's exactly what happened in 1979. Jeffrey Richardson is a U.S. security analyst. He knows lots of secrets, but he's yet to solve one of the biggest, the truth behind a mysterious event known as the Vela incident.
It's a fascinating anomaly. It's a mystery that reads like a techno thriller.
The tiny Crozet Islands lie in the Indian Ocean, over 1,000 miles south of Africa. Around 3 a.m. on September 22nd, 1979, something extraordinary happened there. Without warning, two giant, blinding flashes of light lit up the sky.
Everybody knew for sure this was something to be very concerned about.
Incredibly, 70,000 miles away, the flashes were also detected by a U.S. satellite called Vela 6911.
That triggered a very high level of alert, and from there, word went to the White House that something might have happened. They started calling in advisors.
They took it very seriously, rushing CIA agents to the area in military planes. But what triggered this extreme response?
In 1979, the United States had concluded a series of arms control treaties with the Soviet Union.
The Cold War rivals had just agreed to stop nuclear tests. But the flash detected by Vela 6911 could mean the Soviets were just playing games.
The Vela satellites' prime purpose was to detect nuclear detonations. What they saw was something that's very indicative of a nuclear explosion.
Had the Soviets broken faith? Had they really violated the new treaty and set off a nuclear bomb? Each side had thousands of nuclear warheads pointed at the other. The stakes couldn't be higher.
At first, the administration tried to keep wraps on the story, and it was full court press of intelligence activities to try to determine what was actually going on.
With a potential global crisis on its hands, the U.S. tries to confirm its suspicions by sending CIA sniffer planes to the Indian Ocean. Equipped with sensitive radiation detectors, they get an unsettling surprise.
There was no radiation detected. It was a mystery. They even sent people, CIA officers, into West Africa to get the leaves off trees to see if there was a residue from a nuclear explosion.
So what had Vela really seen?
They didn't know what actually happened. It's been such a mystery for so many years. In terms of strange events, I think it's, at the top of the list.
What happened over the Indian Ocean? What could cause a giant flash of light so powerful it could be seen 70,000 miles away? Tom Reed is an expert in nuclear weapons.
I've fired them, I built them, I've seen them go off.
He believes there is only one explanation.
I believe it was a nuclear test.
A nuclear detonation is kind of hard to hide. I mean, it's not some pin drop in the night. It's a very major event.
But if no one witnessed the explosion, how can he be sure that Vela detected a nuclear blast?
A nuclear explosion has this sort of fingerprint. It is unmistakable.
This fingerprint is caused by the way a nuclear bomb explodes. First, it blasts out deadly gamma radiation at the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second.
Technically, it's a flash, but to the human eye, it's this ball of fire and the sun has come to Earth.
Then, as the explosion grows, the shock wave produces a second flash.
It's very mind-boggling, and it's very frightening.
Does the data from Vela confirm the signature double flash of a nuclear bomb? The recorded flashes are shown as curves on a graph.
These curves, those are like fingerprints. This first peak is the device going off. As the bubble expands, the energy releases again, and so you get this second rise.
But if Vela really saw a nuclear blast, where was the other fingerprint? The radioactivity.
They decided to put it in a part of the world where it's mostly water. You then pick a weather condition like typhoon. A really serious typhoon would wash all the radioactive debris right back into the ocean. The best solution to pollution is dilution.
Incredibly, weather records confirm a typhoon was in the area just before the flash. But who would take such elaborate precautions to conceal a nuclear test?
People don't develop nuclear weapons just because it's Thursday. There has to be some reason. Every nation that has gone nuclear has gone in response to a very clear and present threat.
Did some nation have a reason to feel threatened in 1979? Reed believes the answer is obvious.
Israel has very clear and present dangers on its borders. The Israelis have technology, they know weapons, but they didn't have uranium.
Israel could only make the bomb if it had a supplier. But who else was threatened enough to upend the test-banned apple cart?
At the same time, the Soviets were pouring troops into Africa. South Africans mine uranium as a byproduct of gold. They got so much of it, they don't know what to do with it.
With Soviet forces in nearby Angola, did South Africa have reason to partner with Israel and build a nuclear bomb? Does this explain why a flash occurred in the remote regions of the Indian Ocean?
It is quite clear to me that this was a test by the Israelis with logistical support by the South Africans.
Why is it that whenever someone sees something weird, they always assume the worst? I mean, honestly, is the world so paranoid? Are we really looking at a massive Cold War cover-up? Was the Vela incident nothing more than a crazy conspiracy theory? Or is there another way to solve this mystery? Nuclear testing. It's a plausible theory, but not everyone agrees.
Vela never recorded a secret nuclear test.
Giant flash of light over the Indian Ocean puts the world on nuclear alert. Was it a freak of nature or something more sinister? Professor Richard Muller is a physicist. U.S. President Jimmy Carter appointed him to investigate the Vela incident.
It was an important international issue with diplomatic consequences, and they needed good scientific review of the data.
Muller has analyzed the same information as the nuclear experts, but he's come to an entirely different conclusion.
When we began our study, we were all convinced this really looks like it was a nuclear explosion. Next step, though, is to check ourselves. We're all scientists who have discovered things. We know the process of discovery consists of coming up with an idea, with a hypothesis, and then really checking and double-checking yourself in every possible way. So we had a long list of questions that we wanted to have investigated. Next step was to have these teams look at these questions, get back answers to us. But after that first day, I was pretty convinced this was a nuclear bomb. But when we did a scientific review of the data, there was something new and different.
They discovered that Vela had connected its data with two light sensors called bang meters.
Bang meter was a relatively simple device designed to detect flashes of light. It's spelled B-H-A-N-G. It's actually named after a drug, using an Indian term, a drug that if you take it, gives you hallucinations, has you see flashes of light. So someone with a sense of humor named these bang meters.
But remarkable, the double flash recorded by each of the two bang meters was different.
The two pulses from the two bang meters didn't match each other. That was a real mystery, but it indicated that this thing just didn't look right.
But if there was no blast, what could have caused a signal that almost caused a nuclear crisis? The experts are mystified until Mueller has a flash of insight. What if it wasn't anything on Earth at all?
The Vela satellite is at a medium Earth orbit. It's far away in space.
70,000 miles above the planet, Vela wasn't protected by Earth's atmosphere. It was bombarded by tiny bits of rock and metal called micrometeorites.
These micrometeorites don't reach the ground because the atmosphere slows them down and absorbs their energy. A satellite such as the Vela satellite is frequently hit by micrometeorites.
But even if micrometeorites smacked into Vela, how could specks of space dust replicate the massive double hump shockwave of a nuclear explosion?
If a micrometeorite hits the surface of the satellite, it knocks off dust. Dust reflects sunlight differently into the two bang meters. This could be the signal.
Is it possible the whole world was freaked out by a fleck of space dust knocked loose by a microscopic space pebble? After running more tests, Mueller and his team finally reached a conclusion.
What we thought was a bright flash thousands of miles away was actually just a dim flash that's only a few inches away. Vela never recorded a secret nuclear test. It was micrometeorites. That's almost certainly what we saw back on September 22nd, 1979.
Could this whole mystery be solved by something as simple as space dust? After all, no one actually ever saw the flash. Mueller's theory became the official explanation of the U.S. government. But not everyone is convinced.
Clearly, to me, from a political point of view, there's every reason in the world to try to not talk about this, form a committee, and kick it downstream.
Incredibly, in 2010, declassified South African documents revealed nuclear discussions with Israel in the years leading up to the Vela incident. Could the space dust explanation just be a cover-up?
The mystery was basically solved back in 1979. The people who understood the arguments understood them and realized we were right. There's no issue here. But there are people who refuse to give up. There are people who argue we never landed on the moon. It was all videotaped in the New Mexico desert. There are people who believe that the Kennedy assassination had gunmen behind the grassy knoll. There are conspiracy theorists who keep these things alive despite the fact that they were pretty much settled by people who understood the arguments at the time.
In the end, we are left with a mystery. Was the Vela incident proof of a secret nuclear weapons test, or was it merely some space dust that nearly took the world to the brink of disaster? Weird, or what? So there we have it. Stories of mysterious freaks of nature from all over the world. On the east coast of Canada, an earth-shattering boom stuns a community and leaves scientists scratching their heads. On Lake Michigan, a mysterious fog terrorizes a sailor and alters the very fabric of time. And over the Indian Ocean, a blinding double flash of light creates a nuclear crisis. Are these stories evidence of mysterious forces at work within the world? Do we dismiss those who claim they are true? You decide. Join me again next time for more stories that will undoubtedly be weird or what? You know, I've been around for a while. Met some interesting people. Done some crazy things. So you just might think that there's not much that can take me by surprise. You'd be wrong. The world is full of stories, science, and things that amaze and confound me. Every single day, incredible mysteries that keep me awake at night. Some I can answer. Others just defy logic. Do ghosts exist? Should we fear the paranormal? In California, a woman is terrorized by an invisible attacker. Is she the victim of a genuine haunting?
Forget the silly movies that are out there. This is real.
In New England, a mother undergoes a violent transformation. Has she been possessed by a demon?
It'll make a cold chill go up your spine.
And a British teenager claims to see ghosts. Does she have the gift?
Like the fear, it was uncontrollable.
Yeah. It's a weird world, and I love it. Have you ever seen a ghost? Over 90 million North Americans claim to have done just that, and 40 million others say they have physically experienced a paranormal event. Many of these events are easily explained, but some are not only weird and inexplicable, most disturbing of all, they seem to be evidence of pure evil. Do ghosts exist? And what are they anyway? Is the paranormal something we should fear? Or is it simply, hogwash? August 8th, 1989. Barry Taff, one of the world's leading paranormal investigators, responds to the call of a distressed woman in San Pedro, California. He brings along a colleague, photographer Jeff Wheatcraft.
After 5,000 cases, you go out expecting nothing to happen. And most of the time, that's exactly what does occur, nothing.
The terrified woman is Jackie Hernandez, a single mother who claims that someone or something has turned her home into a living hell.
She reported apparitions of an old man, strange lights. Somebody tried to smother her a couple times. Things were flying at her. It was extraordinary.
But perhaps most chilling, on several occasions, Jackie claims to have seen a corpse in her son's bed. Intrigued, the ghost hunters decide to look around.
I have this attitude where I'm very skeptical because you know that a lot of people embellish and exaggerate and misrepresent what's going on.
But in Jackie's house, they find something unexpected and very weird.
We were taking pictures all over the house, and we saw this strange liquid, I don't know what, a viscous liquid dripping out of a wall.
Unable to explain the weird slime, Taff is now convinced Jackie is not faking anything and real paranormal activity is occurring in her home. They take samples and promise to return. But just 3 days later, another call. This time, it's an emergency. Whatever is in Jackie's house is on a rampage. The physical attacks have become so violent and severe, she fears for her life.
I was unavailable because my father had a heart attack, so they were there without me.
Jackie reports the evil entity is now in her attic. It has been tormenting her with strange lights and ear-shattering banging. Jeff and Gary decide to investigate. Nothing could prepare them for what they find.
They hear, oh, like a yell or a moan, and Gary turned back to see what happened to Jeff, and he couldn't see. It was too dark in the attic.
Despite his terror, Gary snaps some photos in the darkness. What they reveal will haunt them forever.
You can see that Jeff, a 6'2" man, about 215 pounds, something has wrapped itself around his neck, and it's pulling him up against the rafter. And yet, there was no one there. It was Jeff and Gary. And he cut him down. He had a rope burn in his neck. It would have killed him. The question is, there was no one else there, so what? Try to kill him, how and why?
Something had tried to murder Jeff Wheatcraft. The investigators leave the house only to make another chilling discovery. The forensic lab report on the ooze from Jackie's walls is in.
The conclusion was it was human blood plasma. That's something you will lose sleep over, literally. Forget the silly movies that are out there. This is real.
Now certain they are dealing with an evil, homicidal phenomenon that tell Jackie to get out and never come back. What was in Jackie Hernandez's house, and was it out to kill? Jackie's story became known as the San Pedro haunting, one of the most mysterious paranormal events in history. But what really happened? Javier Ortega is a paranormal researcher. He has no doubt.
The Jackie Hernandez case is a very extreme case of a haunting. If somebody dared me to go in that house, I wouldn't set foot in there.
Haunting. We've all heard of it. But what does it really mean?
In a haunting, it's usually the spirit of a deceased person, the homeowner that passed away in that house, and they were so attached to a physical object or location that they come back.
Was Jackie's house haunted by someone who had died there? Incredibly, the investigation uncovered something bizarre.
During the investigation of the Jackie Hernandez case, she reported that her and some friends were playing with the Ouija board, and they were able to talk with the spirit in the house. And the spirit had told them that he was a Marine that was murdered. So they went out and they did some research, and they found out that there was a Marine named Herman Hendrickson who was found dead in 1930.
Was the spirit of a murdered Marine responsible for the attacks on Jackie and Wheatcraft? Does a haunting explain the other things she experienced?
A lot of the things that were reported were apparitions, whether it was a disembodied head floating in the attic or a corpse-like old man sitting in her child's bed. She also reported seeing strange lights. They were described as globs of luminous light. Free-floating globs of light have been reported in haunted places as well.
But for Ortega, most compelling evidence of a haunting is that mysterious goo Barry and Jeff found oozing from Jackie's walls.
I mean, it just sounds so bizarre, that you have human blood plasma oozing from the walls. And when they checked, there wasn't any device that was emitting this substance. So that, to me, it has to be one of the most compelling cases in the paranormal.
Was the Marine so angry about being murdered that he bled through Jackie's walls? Incredibly, Ortega thinks Jackie wasn't the only victim.
When Jackie Hernandez left the premise, people who inhabited that home have also reported strange activities. They reported objects being moved around, pots and pans being moved around, and they reported being touched by unseen forces. When you have a lot of physical activity in a supposed haunted location, it tends to speak volumes for the amount of energy that resides in that home. And we don't know, as paranormal researchers, we don't know if it's due to psychokinetic forces or if it's due to location hauntings. If you have the same reports happening year after year on the same location when there's different tenants, it usually tends to point towards it being a location haunting.
What an incredible story. You know, I mean, strange things happen around my house too, but once I say I'm sorry, everything's forgiven. But human blood? Dripping from walls and a spirit that is so angry it tries to kill you? I mean, who are they going to call? Ghostbusters? I've always wanted to say that. Was Jackie Hernandez the victim of a haunting? Or was it something else?
It does not appear that the house would fit the classic haunting.
A terrified woman reports extreme paranormal events in her home. Weird lights, strange noises, even physical attacks. Did Jackie Hernandez live in a haunted house?
It does not appear that the house would fit the classic haunting.
Lloyd Auerbach is a paranormal investigator. He believes the answer isn't ghosts at all.
Knowing what I know about the Jackie Hernandez case, it seemed that she herself was a poltergeist agent.
Poltergeist? Isn't that just a hyperactive ghost? Or is there a difference?
What we learned in the last 100 years is that these things relate typically not to ghost sightings, not to hauntings per se, not to a place being haunted, but to a person, an individual in the situation who is typically stressed or otherwise put upon. There's possibly epileptic or having epileptic type activity. It's about a third perhaps of the cases. And the expression, instead of by an entity, is by the entity in the body. It's by a person's unconscious blowing off steam or having a seizure, essentially. It's kind of like a seizure in some of these people as well. But it's not a ghost-related situation. If you go on the web and look at a lot of ghost hunting sites, you'll see poltergeist is a particular type of ghost, mischievous spirit. Most of the folks who are on the web have no background in parapsychology. They don't know the literature for the last 100 or so years. They don't know how we've actually come to these conclusions, or they don't know how the fact that we can actually stop these cases, whereas it's a little bit harder when you have a reported ghost instance or a haunting to deal with that.
Many now believe poltergeists are not ghosts, but a manifestation of something called psychokinesis.
We call it PK for short, and it's the idea that the mind can directly interact or affect matter and energy. We typically think of it in the paranormal world as affecting things outside your body, whether it be moving objects, what people often call telekinesis, or bending metal, or even healing.
Was Jackie Hernandez herself causing the weird phenomenon in her own house? If so, why? And for that matter, how?
Certain people, their unconscious minds let loose. I mean, we see people who are stressed out, who are put upon in society, in really expressing that stress in different ways. Some people get enraged and they break things. Some people shoot people. Some people keep it bottled up and it can explode in kind of a different direction for certain individuals, which is a psychokinetic direction. And we call those situations where they're stressed, think of it as an unconscious temper tantrum. It's happening outside themselves and just starts throwing things around, probably like they'd like to do if they actually physically could do it. But by having their unconscious throw things around, who's going to get blamed? The invisible force, the invisible ghost, certainly not the person who's stressed out. When we talk about the stress involved in these PK events, which are often called poltergeist cases, we're not talking about typical stress of, just day-to-day stress, sitting in traffic, being frustrated because your computer couldn't work, which may actually be related back to the PK. Those kinds of stresses do show in small ways sometimes, but they can, again, come out in a lot of different ways. For example, road rage, or people just screaming at the driver across the way without acting on it. You release that stress. People have other ways of doing it. In poltergeist cases, the stresses tend to be very psychologically oriented in most of these cases. So they can be related to deep-seated issues around the family or even around the working conditions. They are typically not expressed in other ways, so there's no outlet for most of these people. In other conditions, these would be the kids or the adults who are going to act out in a very bad way, whether it be breaking things or doing something else, typically. So we have a different kind of stress level involved, but it can be very, very much under the surface. I had a case, for example, years ago where the woman was recovering memories of her father abusing her as a child. And that caused significant stress, especially as she talked with therapists about it. And that was extended out to a poltergeist incident. By talking to her, you wouldn't know. I mean, there's just no way you'd see that that stress was there. And it was a completely different kind of stress than we think of just being frustrated by day-to-day activity.
Was Jackie's unconscious mind throwing a temper tantrum? And if so, why? It could be due to the fact she was experiencing emotional issues at the time following a difficult divorce.
There was enough going on in her life and, frankly, enough psychological issues that would indicate that she was responsible for most of the phenomena that was happening. In most poltergeist cases, people rarely ever think of themselves as the agent.
According to Auerbach, the most compelling argument that Jackie was both the victim and the problem is what happened when she moved 600 kilometers away. Incredibly, the vicious paranormal attacks on her continued.
In poltergeist cases, when people move, the phenomena follows them because it's coming from them. And that also happened in that particular case.
But if Jackie was her own poltergeist, how is it that the new tenants also reported paranormal attacks?
We've had cases where people have heard about the case and have gone home, and because they're so freaked out by the situation, they start witnessing things. That has happened, so you can think of it almost like a contagious idea. It is possible that it was a haunted house. It is possible there was an entity there. We can't completely exclude that, but it best fit the poltergeist model.
Could it be that Jackie herself was responsible for the weird goings-on? Or were they the result of an altogether different kind of bad vibe? Professor John Huntington believes the Jackie Hernandez case can be explained by undetectable audio waves known as infrasound.
Sound is just the vibration in air pressure. That's how we perceive it, and that's how it gets into your ear. Infrasound is below the range that we can hear as an audible sound, but we're still being affected by the sound wave is still impinging on our bodies. In fact, right now in the room, we have a pretty loud 19 hertz, 19 cycle per second infrasound wave going, but it's not really audible as a sound, and it's quite a bit louder than the speech, the level of the speech that I'm talking at right now. But it's still there, and it's still affecting us. It's still pressurizing the air that I'm breathing, that I'm speaking.
Human ears can't detect ultra-low frequencies. If it's below 20 hertz, you can't hear it.
Your body makes lots of sounds down at very low frequencies, such as your heartbeat, the movement of your blood, breath noise coming in and out of your body. If we could hear all that, it would drive us crazy. But we're still being affected by it. The sound wave is still impinging on our body.
But other than our own bodies, what might cause these low frequencies?
Man-made sources of infrasound could be anything from a piece of air handling equipment in a building, anything like a train, a truck, anything that's big stuff that's moving could generate these very low frequency sounds.
Incredibly, Huntington believes low-frequency sound waves could have caused Jackie Hernandez's unpleasant experiences.
So in addition to things like headaches and nausea being caused by exposure to infrasound, there have been some reports of feeling a presence or some sort of hallucination or feeling like strange things are going on in the room. A lot of that was documented by two researchers at Coventry University, Tandy and Lawrence, in the late 90s. They were working in a space, sort of an underground space as I understand it, and they had all kinds of just strange experiences. People would think that somebody was standing next to them, and when there wasn't anybody in the room, they'd be feeling alone and felt like there was a presence in the room, and there wasn't anybody else there. All kinds of strange experiences happening in this one space. And this would build up, of course, would build up anxiety, having these sort of constant sort of strange experiences. And then one of the researchers brought a fencing foil into the room to work on it, clamped it into a vise, and it started moving on its own. And it was sort of flopping up and down at both ends where it wasn't secured in the vise. That led Tandy and Lawrence to research this And they ended up doing some acoustical measurements in the room and found that a piece of air handling equipment was causing a very loud 19 cycle per second infrasound sound wave in the room. And in addition, the physical geometry of the space was causing that sound wave to build up in certain locations in the lab. And then this is, as soon as they turned the HVAC equipment off, or actually decoupled that piece of equipment from the mounting equipment where it was transmitting, all the strange experiences went away.
Can infrasound exposure mimic the experience of a haunting?
And infrasound could possibly cause something like a hallucination or an apparition or some other things like that based on the vibration of the sound wave actually affecting the eye. The eye itself could resonate or get a very strong sort of vibration, and that could cause blurring of vision or possible issues around the periphery of the vision. Those things coupled with already being in sort of a spooky location, being on edge by the infrasound, could certainly cause some sort of ghostly experiences.
Could Huntington's theory be correct? Does the paranormal activity witnessed in San Pedro have a rational explanation? And does it explain human plasma oozing from the wall? Was Jackie's home haunted, or was she her own poltergeist? Whatever the answer, this story is certainly weird. Or what? A Connecticut housewife is tortured from within. Has she been possessed by an evil spirit?
Demons like to attack good people.
Many of us have experienced events that we would call paranormal, but in fact are just things that are harmless and easily explained. But what is the paranormal? And does it exist? Even the name is a little, well, weird and scary. Here's the way it's described in the dictionary. Paranormal, the claimed occurrence of an event without scientific explanation. As psychokinesis, extrasensory perception of other purportedly supernatural phenomena. All right, guys, come on, that's it. You can fool some. Oh boy, oh boy. But some people experience paranormal events that are real. So real, in fact, they're deadly. Weird. Or what? History professor John Kerner studies reports of paranormal activity. None have haunted him more than the story of Patricia Redding.
By all accounts, she was a good person. I mean, there's nothing you can see in her past that would indicate why this happens to her.
In 1992, Patricia's life took a terrifying turn. Doing chores around her home in Litchfield, Connecticut, she suddenly hears a terrifying voice.
Worship Satan. She felt what she thought was an evil presence that was around her. There was nothing that could explain this.
Patricia tries to brush it off, but the eerie voice won't stop, ever.
Satan.
It's the beginning of a horrifying ordeal.
Stop!
The situation got much, much worse. Pet had a number of things that were happening to her that were very unusual. There were bite marks on the back of her neck, bruises on the back of her body, things she could not do by herself.
What could be inflicting Patricia's vicious bruises and other injuries? It's a frightening and bizarre mystery. Devastated and disturbed, she seeks help.
The family took Patricia Redding to the hospital, to local doctors. They ruled out all the conditions that could possibly be affecting her.
With no medical explanation, Patricia resorts to hoping her problems will simply go away.
But then things started getting much worse after that. She was knocked over horribly. She did not know what is happening.
again and again, a seemingly evil presence hurls her into the wall.
These are things that never could happen to Pat Redding in a normal situation. She is not herself. She's becoming someone else.
Fearing for her safety, Patricia has only one place to turn.
At that point, the Catholic Church got involved.
Patricia's bishop takes her claims seriously. After an examination, he reaches an incredible conclusion.
They make the diagnosis, yes, she is possessed. Demons like to attack good people.
There's only one solution, an ancient ritual as old as the church itself. The bishop decides he will perform an exorcism.
He called upon the demon to reveal himself and say who you are, reveal yourself in the name of Jesus Christ. Almost every religion really believes in evil in some form or another. But the difference with the Catholic Church is that the Catholic Church believes evil is actually a physical manifestation in this world. It's not just a concept.
At first, the demon stays hidden, but not for long.
She was speaking in a language that she could not speak in normally, trying to insult the priest, insult his family, things that she never would have done on her own. These are pretty clear signs you're dealing with an evil entity inside the person's body.
Having forced the demon into the open, the real battle begins.
Things like holy objects, this often can anger the demon. These are tools in a war that can cause them to be so upset. The words of Christ makes them so angry. So it has to be said over and over again. It's a war of attrition.
The battle rages for hours. At long last, something breaks.
Demons, they get so upset they just can't take this any longer, and they'll go somewhere else. They'll go bother somebody else.
The exhausting battle ends with the demons on the run. But before long, they're back.
Evil is real. It can affect someone in some horrible ways.
Sadly, Patricia runs out of time. After 16 exorcisms, in 2005 she dies of cancer, believed to be caused by her demons. Incredibly, Patricia's story is far from the only one. An estimated 15,000 exorcisms are performed each year. Can evil really live inside us? Or is there some other way to explain demonic possession? Christopher Rossick is a psychologist. He says he knows exactly what happened to Patricia Redding.
Coming from a religious perspective, you might assume that this must be a demonic presence. But as a psychologist, my diagnosis would be dissociative identity disorder.
Better known as a split personality, dissociative identity disorder is when two or more personalities inhabit one mind. An abusive childhood can sometimes cause such a psychological break. One personality becomes the happy face, the person the world sees. The other deals with all the hidden pain, shame, and suffering.
The primary personality is unaware of the other personality. They may hear voices and have these sort of signs, but they don't know what it's about.
Were the demonic voices Patricia heard really the screams of a tortured second personality? Could it have even tried to hurt her?
I had a patient who would end up in a graveyard with her blade in her hand and having cut her arm.
Is a self-destructive alter ego responsible for Patricia's injuries? Can psychology explain the power of an exorcism?
After the exorcism, the individual experiences complete and sudden remission of their symptoms. And of course, that's considered proof positive that the demon has been removed. An alternative way of looking at that, however, is that the prayer, the ritual is in fact just served to rearrange these separate identities such that they have receded from the host's awareness. They don't hear the voice anymore. Then what I experience happen with some patients is that maybe weeks or months later, the voices come back. And then they think, well, you know, I must have invited it back, or something's wrong with me, I'm really evil. And so that's just to say that that experience of the sudden symptom relief after an exorcism is not a clear indicator that there was a demonic presence that was expelled at that point. Everything I'm saying here is in no way meant to malign the value of religious, spiritual care. But there are some psychological ways of understanding these experiences that really should be taken into account.
Demonic possession. Ordinary people suddenly possessed by nasty entities. Ring a bell? Well, you know, I've seen all the movies, Omen 1, 2, 3, The Exorcist, a lot. And guess what? Not only do they not scare me, but I don't believe them. I mean, just because it gets a little stormy doesn't mean the devil is on his way to take over your soul, does it? And as for all that other ridiculous stuff like twisting heads, speaking in strange tongues, is demonic possession all in our heads? Or is there a more frightening answer?
What Satan can do is invade human bodies.
A Connecticut woman appears to have been possessed by an evil demon. Could she be suffering from a split personality? Or is the explanation far more terrifying? Reverend Bob Larson is not your average man of God.
I am, among other things, an exorcist.
Larson has studied Patricia Redding's possession and is convinced it was real.
There are those who would like to have the public believe that demonic possession is rare. I can tell you, it's not rare. It'll make a cold chill go up your spine.
Are demons really all around us? Are they trying to take over the bodies of innocent humans?
The Bible teaches that when Satan was cast out of heaven, a third of the angels involved in that insurrection were cast out with him.
According to the book of Revelation, when Satan lost his war with God, he and his followers were banished to the spirit realm on earth.
Satan is now an invisible spirit being. Satan can't pull the trigger of a gun, but what Satan can do is invade human bodies. And those people then become the instruments of evil.
Larson believes demonic possession has a firm basis in Scripture. He's also certain that Patricia's condition wasn't a case of split personality.
I deal a lot with multiple personality disorder. I know the difference. When you see the demon have such utter hatred for God and religious objects such as the cross, that aversion means it's something more than psychosis. That's when you know they are possessed.
But there's one thing Larson believes is the ultimate proof of demonic presence.
In the Pat Reading case, she apparently spoke in another language. I've seen this happen thousands and thousands of times. I had a woman speak Chinese one time. I had a fascinating case where a strange language was being spoken and a college professor with a PhD in ancient Semitic languages. He said, I can come up and tell you exactly what the voice was saying. And he did. And the voice was speaking about his possession of the person and how it was determined to destroy them. Now, this was a PhD college professor who was giving testimony to it.
Could these foreign, even forgotten languages prove that Satan is carrying on an age-old war by invading the bodies of humans?
To the skeptics who may not believe in demonic possession, I say, travel with me and meet the thousands of people who have had exorcisms. When you see the smile and the glow on the person's face as they say to you, wow, I didn't know I could feel like this. Something is gone. That's why I do exorcisms.
Are exorcisms ultimate proof that devilish spirits still roam the earth? Could reports of demonic possession be explained by a misunderstood mental illness, or is everyone simply making it up? Whatever the truth, this mystery is most definitely weird. Or what? I don't know about you, but stories of ghosts and the paranormal send shivers up my spine. But that's kind of fun, right? But do spirits or ghosts or whatever they are always have to be evil? Aren't there any friendly dead people out there? I hope so. But there's some people who not only enjoy having ghosts around, they can talk to them whenever they like. How? They've got the gift. In just about every way, Faye Jackson is an average teenage girl.
I like to shop and just hang out with my friends.
While Faye's life appears to be ordinary, in truth, she and her family are dealing with something so sensitive, they've chosen to conceal their appearance.
Although it has become part of everyday life for us, it is still at times frightening.
Faye's story began 3 years ago when she was 10.
I was sitting in my bedroom on my own. I could feel a man sitting next to me.
She could feel like an energy, like a presence next to her.
And I could just feel his breath in my ear and it was all warm.
And then she heard him whispering in her ear.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Faye races to her mom.
Like the fear, it was like uncontrollable. It was unexplainable.
The child was absolutely terrified. And I was scared for her, to be honest.
When Lynn takes her daughter back to the room, the man is gone. But Faye is in no doubt as to what she's experienced.
I saw my first ghost.
Terrifyingly, Faye's encounter was just the beginning.
The spirits started regularly visiting me. They'd only come when I was on my own, and when they did, just random spirits would walk into my bedroom.
Faye is haunted by hundreds of ghosts. Sometimes she sees as many as 5 a night.
Sometimes they just want to show her how they died, which is a little bit grim at times, and she's only 13.
The ghosts begin getting bolder.
There was an instant when her bed was shook, which completely terrified me.
I just felt like I was being attacked. It was horrible. It felt really dangerous, and I felt like I was on my own.
That was when I knew we had to do something about it.
At her wit's end, Lynn seeks professional advice.
We got lots of help from local mediums who understood what was happening.
Far from seeing it as something frightening, the mediums tell them Faye's ability to see and connect with the dead is a gift, and a very rare one at that.
They taught Faye techniques that she could use to take more of a control over her gift and to see it as a gift, really.
With the help of psychic mediums, the support of her mother, and lots of hard work, Faye finally mastered her gift.
It's like I have 2 lives. Like I live one life where I'm just a normal girl, and then at other times I can talk to spirits. So it's really quite exciting.
I see dead people. That's something else I've always wanted to say, but I can't because I don't. Well, not when I'm sober anyway. But incredibly, it may be because I'm an adult. You see, Faye isn't alone. Millions of other children see dead people too. How? Do they possess a special power, a sixth sense? And is it a gift or a curse? Weird. Or what? 13-year-old Faye Jackson claims she can see ghosts. Do children possess the gift? Who better to ask about children who see ghosts than Karen Good, author of Children Who See Ghosts?
To discover that children see ghosts and talk with ghosts, to me it was exciting.
After more than 25 years researching the special abilities of young minds, Good has reached an incredible conclusion.
Children are more predisposed to see ghosts than adults are, primarily because of their brain power. The sixth sense begins to develop in children between the ages of 18 months all the way up through 5 to 6 years. And the reason is because their brain is going through a tremendous growth spurt.
We've all heard of the sixth sense, but what is it? What does it do that your other 5 can't?
When I discuss with a parent, for example, what is the sixth sense? I explain it to a parent as being intuitive intelligence. Some people have a heightened intuition, particularly sensitive children. We call them sensitive because they may be sensitive to the feelings of someone who might be ill. Or one child that I'm aware of used to tell me about, he would know a car accident when his mom was driving. He would get nauseated, and it always correlated for him with a nearby car accident. So I think that a sixth sense involves feeling and intuition, and it could involve heightened sensitivities.
But where does this sixth sense come from? Is it a gift only bestowed on some? Remarkably, Good believes it's an ability that's within us all.
The pineal gland is located within the brain, which actually regulates light within our body. I believe the pineal gland can be a doorway to the sixth sense.
But if we all have the ability to access our sixth sense, why do so few children maintain this power into adulthood?
As the hormones change, children go through brainwave shifts, mood shifts, and that's the time logic develops. And children may turn away from their intuition, their feelings. If children have not been encouraged in their imagination, in their conversations, and sixth sense development, it can shut down when cognition sets in.
Do children's growing brains give them a sixth sense? Should a child's ghost sightings be encouraged? Do kids like Faye really have the gift?
My initial reaction to reading the article about Faye was, quite honestly, I wasn't impressed.
Psychic Jack Rourke is an expert in parapsychology. Experience has taught him that a far more mundane explanation may be at work, or rather at home.
There is a phenomenon called parentizing, where, in essence, there's a bit of a role reversal, where a child can sometimes become the caretaker of the parent or become the mirror to the parent.
Rourke believes that through parentizing, children can be actively encouraged to say they see ghosts.
The more positive reinforcement a child gets from their parent that they are special, that they are extra sensitive, that they have special empathic or intuitive abilities, the more the child then believes they're psychic. And I'll give you an example of how this is done. A child wakes up in the middle of the night from a horrible dream and is talking about ghosts, chasing them, things like this. You come in as the parent and say, no, you're wrong, that didn't happen. You lose the ability to comfort the child because they've been made wrong. Now, I go into the room, same scenario, and I say, oh, you saw a ghost, didn't you? Yes. this is how it's done.
But why would a child like Faye go along with the idea of seeing ghosts? What's in it for her?
The specialness of the child in these circumstances gives the child permission to commiserate with the parent. They become their emotional partner. They go to activities together. They may go to certain psychic functions, and this unique relationship becomes a reward to the child. And in order to maintain that closeness with their parent, they have to maintain the psychic identity. For the parent, this also gives them a passive means to control the child. And also, what I've witnessed is a way to slow down their development and prolong their childhood. So this is an interesting thing, one of the things that we look at. Now, why per se a child might have a specific experience? It could be biological, it could be an environmental reason, it could just be an ordinary bad dream.
Are children who see ghosts merely playing out a fantasy with the encouragement of their parents? Is there nothing special about them at all? Does the gift exist in children at all?
A person like Faye may be capable of seeing ghosts because she has some physiological advantage.
Thousands of children across the globe claim they can see dead people. Do they have an extra special sense known as the gift? Paranormal investigator Joshua P. Warren believes there could be a medical explanation for this phenomena.
A person like Faye may be capable of seeing ghosts because she has some physiological advantage in her eyeballs themselves.
Could Faye's eye have powers the rest of ours don't? Warren believes her secret may be that she sees light differently.
Right now, all the data that we have indicates ghosts are more visible in the infrared realm. Some of the best ghost images I've seen have been captured using infrared technology.
Could Faye be seeing ghosts that are all around us? Ghosts that most of us miss because we can't see infrared?
The average person can only see a relatively narrow band of light, from usually around green to red. Faye might be able to see a little bit more than the rest of us.
Scientists call the range of light the visible spectrum, although most of us know it as the colors of the rainbow. But what if Faye was somehow able to literally see what the rest of us can't?
In the human eye, there are two primary types of cells. You've got the rod cells and the cone cells. Rod cells are used for nighttime vision, but they can't see color. Then you have the cone cells, which respond very quickly, and they see color. If Faye has more of those rod or cone cells, especially the cones, that alone might allow her to see a broader range of colors and frequencies than the average person. Her eyes physiologically allow her to peer deeper into the infrared or ultraviolet realms.
Incredibly, Warren also believes the eye might not just explain Faye's story, but also why children, on average, report seeing more ghosts than adults.
As a person ages, the components of the eye become more and more dense. In extreme cases, they can become very cloudy and form a cataract. So the older you get, the less you're able to see when it comes to this band of frequencies. Children are not only able to see a wider range of frequencies, but they also should have an open mind and open awareness. They have not been structured so much yet into a belief system and into a task-driven day-to-day routine that gives us tunnel vision as adults. As children, they still have a wider awareness and perception of what's around them and the willingness to acknowledge honestly what they see.
Could Faye and other children like her really be able to see into the infrared world of ghosts? Does she have a sixth sense? Or is Faye just a needy kid who wanted her mother's attention and approval? We may never know. Weird, or what? So there we have it. Ghost stories from around the world. A Californian woman's home plays host to one of the most terrifying paranormal events on record. In New England, a woman is possessed by an evil spirit so strong, even the Catholic Church fails to defeat it. And a British teenager can see and talk to ghosts. Is she proof that some children have the gift? Are these bizarre stories evidence that ghosts exist? Can we seek comfort in rational explanations, or do we ignore them at our peril? You decide. Join me again next time for more stories that will undoubtedly be weird or what? You know, I've been around for a while. Met some interesting people. Done some crazy things. So you just might think that there's not much that can take me by surprise. You'd be wrong. The world is full of stories, science, and things that amaze and confound me. Every single day, incredible mysteries that keep me awake at night. Some I can answer. Others just defy logic. Does the human body contain inexplicable mysteries beyond the reach of medical science? In Arkansas, a skydiver plummets to the earth from over 11,000 feet and somehow survives. How? In New York, a man is vaporized as he lies in bed. Can humans spontaneously combust?
I've been to fires before too, and nothing like that.
And in England, a young girl becomes supercharged with electricity. Is she a walking power grid?
She wouldn't touch me if she was switching the light switch on because a jolt of electricity would go through her.
Yeah. It's a weird world, and I love it. The human body. Remarkable, isn't it? Well, this one is anyway. Just a candid shot of me at the beach. But this is what we all look like underneath. Unless you believe in reincarnation, we only get one of these. But do we really appreciate just how incredible these things that carry us around are, or do we take them for granted? You see, many believe we're much more than just skin and bones. That there's things going on inside us that modern medicine may never be able to explain. Is it true? Do you think they can help me with my indigestion? October 9th, 2005. Siloam Springs, Arkansas.
Hi, what's your name?
You know my name.
Adrenaline junkie Shayna Richardson, 21, is about to attempt her first solo skydive.
All right, Shayna.
Shayna's husband, Rick West, was also her jump instructor.
I was very confident that, that she was well prepared for this.
Rick has a helmet camera
Hi, Shana.
to capture Shayna's jump. Together, they will free fall from an altitude of 11,000 feet, more than 2 miles high. At first, things go great.
We exited the plane well, and she did a perfect dive.
Rick and Shayna are plummeting to Earth at terminal velocity, 120 miles per hour. After 30 seconds of freefall, Shayna pulls the ripcord.
And as you see in the video, I say,
Woo! Good job, Shayna. Yeah, girl.
And I had no idea at this time that she was in any kind of trouble until I look up.
What Rick sees fills him with horror. On her very first jump, his wife's main parachute has failed. Desperate, Shayna releases it and tries her reserve.
And then her reserve didn't work out so well.
Unable to help, Rick realizes he is watching what will be his wife's final moments.
Shayna is spinning out of control.
8,000 feet from the ground, Shayna's reserve parachute is tangled. She is now plummeting uncontrollably towards the ground at over 70 feet per second.
Panic sets in. She kept spinning and kept spinning and spinning. And the closer and closer we get, I'm seeing cars, semis, the road, buildings she was heading right into.
Helpless, Rick can only watch as Shayna spins towards certain death.
It was horrible for me. It was just a sickening feeling.
To Rick's horror, Shayna slams directly into a parking lot.
I was sure she was dead or gonna be dead really quick. And as soon as I landed, I turned the camera off, and I was just trying to get to her in time to tell her that I love her and I'm sorry. She was actually laying in a pool of blood. Her bottom lip had been busted, peeled out, split above her nose was wide open. You could almost see the bone.
But something miraculous has happened.
I really did firmly believe that I was going to die.
Despite smashing into asphalt from a height of 2 miles, Shayna is somehow alive.
My face hit a split second before the rest of my body did. The doctors described my facial fractures as kind of an eggshell effect. I broke pretty much every bone in my face, my ocular sockets, my sinus cavity. I knocked out the front 5 teeth in my mouth, so they had to completely rebuild my face. I broke my pelvis in 3 places. I broke my right leg.
Shayna's doctors can't comprehend how she survived her fall, but then their jaws drop even lower. Shayna's not the only survivor.
The very first thing I remember hearing from the doctors was about the baby.
Unknown to both Shayna and Rick, she's pregnant. Miraculously, both mother and baby survive. Their son, Tanner, is now 5. Somehow, this remarkable story has a happy ending, but the doctors are still trying to figure it out.
The doctors in that hospital just said, this is amazing. This is a miracle. I don't understand.
So how are Shayna and her unborn child able to survive such an unbelievable fall? What had happened that saved their lives? Dr. Chris Hart is an expert in aviation accident investigation. He's extensively studied Shayna's accident and has reached a controversial conclusion.
I think the way she hit the ground is critically important for why she survived.
It's believed that Shayna face planted into the ground. But Hart disagrees.
Looking at the video, I don't believe she hit the ground face first. Clearly, she's at about a 45 to 60 degree angle. So when she finally makes contact with the ground, she contacts feet first, then legs, then side, and then finally head. The injuries to her pelvis and to her legs are very common when someone lands feet first. If it's a head first injury, you typically don't see those types of injuries.
Hart believes that the angle of Shayna's fall was critical to her survival, as it enabled her to inadvertently perform a skydiving safety technique.
I think just the laws of physics dictated that the way her body hit was very similar to a parachute landing fall. The parachute landing fall is a technique for improving the odds of surviving a hard landing without injury. The technique is essentially to distribute the force of impact over 5 body points. You start with contacting on the balls of the feet, and then the calves, then the thighs, then the hips, and then the side of the back. You can think of the parachute landing fall as almost being like a bumper on a car. The head is what you want to protect. The body acts as the shock absorber.
But what about the damage to Shayna's face? How could a successful parachute landing fall have resulted in such horrific injuries?
Even though she didn't hit face first, her body was traveling at a very high rate of speed. She sustained injuries to every part of her body that hit the ground. Her face was probably the last thing that hit the ground, but it was still moving fast enough to cause some pretty serious injuries. Given her lack of training, it's very fortunate that Shayna executed what was very similar to a parachute landing fall. Had she not done that, she almost certainly would have perished. She should consider herself very fortunate.
Did the accidental execution of the parachute landing fall save Shayna's life? Or is the explanation beyond the understanding of science?
She was exempt from the laws of gravity.
21-year-old Shayna Richardson experiences every skydiver's nightmare. When her parachutes fail, she slams into the ground from 11,000 feet. But amazingly, Shayna survives. How? Sophie Burnham is an author. She believes Shayna's survival was, quite literally, a miracle.
To me, her survival is incomprehensible, except by divine intervention. It had to be the hand of an angel. She was exempt from the laws of gravity.
We've all heard of angels, but let's just make sure we're on the same page as Sophie.
Angels are messengers of the divine, and they can come in any form. They come to the innocent, to people whose work is not yet finished on this plane of existence. Angels save people from possible death in any way that it can be done. Sometimes it's by deflecting a bullet, and sometimes it's by preventing a car accident. They can change all the physical laws of the universe.
No doubt they do good work, but how exactly did an angel save Shayna?
It is not difficult for me to believe that an angel carried Shayna down or broke her fall so that she would not fall as swiftly as she should have.
It's an interesting theory, but is it supported by scientific proof?
Lots of times, miracles occur with scientific explanations and are just as miraculous. I don't think that science and miracles are mutually exclusive. And I think that there is a spiritual dimension that we live in as fish live in water. I am sure that some people completely dismiss the idea that an angel could save Shayna's life. And I think it's very important for some people to believe that they are in control. We don't want to be so completely at the mercy of fate and fortune that there's nothing that we can do. I would not try to dissuade somebody from that position if it's important to him. But to me, I would need very, very strong proof of something that happened. Like she pulled a third parachute out and came down. I would need very strong scientific proof. I can't imagine what would have happened if an angel had not saved Shayna that day. There would have been her body splattered over the parking lot in a gory, bloody, disgusting, horrible, horrible accident. It would have been ghastly.
Wow, this is incredible. Instead of being splattered all over the parking lot, Sophie thinks an angel swooped down at the last moment, somehow taking hold of Shayna, breaking her fall. Could this really be possible? Regardless of your beliefs, one has to admit that Shayna's story is, well, miraculous. But could a guardian angel have slowed Shayna's fall, sparing her life, the life of her unborn son? And if so, don't they deserve some thanks?
There is no evidence that guardian angels exist. There is no empirical evidence for it. Okay, it's just people trying to put meaning onto things they don't understand. You know, it's the 21st century, for goodness sake. We need to move on.
John Leach is a survival psychologist with the Norwegian Armed Forces. He believes the key to Shayna's survival lies in a theory that's far more down to earth.
If a person is falling without a parachute, after about 12 seconds, they'll reach the maximum rate of descent. And it doesn't matter how long they're falling for, they will stay at 120 miles an hour. If Shayna had hit the ground at normal terminal velocity of 120 miles an hour, she would have had a very small chance of surviving that, especially on the sort of ground that she hit. Now, there are cases of people who have survived from terminal velocity, but usually it's because they've gone into soft ground, they've gone into mud, they've gone into snow, they've gone into trees. So there's something that's actually decelerated their speed at the last minute.
But if her chances of surviving were so low, how is it that Shayna and Tanner are still with us?
You can see from the video that although the parachute was malfunctioning, it wasn't completely dysfunctional. In other words, it was still acting as a sort of parachute and providing a degree of drag. So instead of hitting the ground at 120 miles an hour, which is a terminal velocity for somebody traveling without a parachute, she hit the ground at 50 miles an hour according to the records.
Was Shayna's survival connected to how fast she hit the ground? Or did something else save her?
Age plays a role in survival for various reasons, and a number of studies involving analysis of, for example, road traffic accidents at different speeds shows that one of the best ages for surviving an impact at 50 miles an hour is Shayna's age, so somewhere between the late teens and early 20s.
For Leach, the final factor in Shayna's survival is the angle of impact, though with a very different take to Dr. Chris Hart.
I don't think we should be deploying any parachute landing technique. The parachute was moving her into a more horizontal position, and the injuries that she sustained is consistent with that type of impact on the ground. And the fact that she hit the ground more or less horizontally rather than on her head or through her feet also increased her chances of survival.
For Leach, the combination of a partially effective parachute, Shayna's age, and landing almost flat to the ground is enough to leave her battered, but still breathing.
All these factors together all contribute to her chances of surviving. So there's nothing miraculous about it, it's straightforward physics.
I did jump one more time. When Tanner was 6 weeks old, I went and jumped again. I did a tandem jump. I landed, took my gear off, grabbed my son, and I haven't been back up. I love the sport, I love the thrill of it, but my kids give me a much greater thrill, and I don't have it in me anymore. I can't do it.
Can Shayna's remarkable survival be explained by physics? Or did divine intervention play a part? Was she saved by a higher power? Or did she just get lucky and deploy the parachute landing fall? For now, it will remain a head-scratcher that's most definitely weird. Oh, what? In upstate New York, a man is incinerated in his own bed. With no plausible explanation, investigators are left with a terrifying question. Can we spontaneously combust?
When someone is cremated, there's probably more remains after that cremation than there was at this incident.
You know, fire is a wonderful thing. We've harnessed its power in so many ways we'd be lost without it. It does everything from keeping us warm to one of my favorites, cooking up a storm. Well, that's, if you can get it started, of course. The thing about fire is that, as well as being our friend, it can be our worst enemy. Does anyone smell anything that, In 1986, college student Ray Harlan was visiting his father, Jack, a coroner in New York State, when the phone rang. It would lead them on the most mysterious and bizarre journey of their lives.
My dad owns a local funeral home, and he was also the county coroner. They just said that there was an unattended death, and one of us always went with them to help them with removals.
The deceased is a 58-year-old retired fireman, George Mott. When Ray and Jack arrive at Mott's house, everything seems normal.
It was just a typical home in the back roads of the Adirondacks.
But nothing has prepared the Harlans for what they find inside.
The first words out of the state trooper's mouth to my dad was, I don't think you're going to need your stretcher for this one.
Entering the house, Ray and Jack notice something that tells them this is no ordinary death.
There was a thin black film covering everything. It was like a dust powder. It was strange because it looked like there was a fire, but there was nothing really charred.
Where is George Mott? As they move deeper into the house, they're about to make a shocking discovery.
When we walked into the bedroom, you could see where Mr. Mott was laying. In my lifetime growing up in the funeral home, I've probably seen over 1,000 bodies in various conditions. And I've been to fires before too, and then nothing like that. There was a perfect outline of his body burned into the mattress. And the only thing that was left of him was his head, a few ribs, and his right foot. Everything else was gone.
What happened to George Mott? The charred remains suggest he died in a fire, but this was no ordinary blaze.
Usually in a fire, instead the whole body remains, you never see parts of the body missing. To put it in perspective, when someone is cremated for 5 to 6, sometimes 7 hours, there's probably more remains after that cremation than there was at this incident.
It's a baffling and gruesome mystery. George Mott has been incinerated to a fine powder, but somehow the objects around him are not even singed, including a canister of matches only inches away. But how? Remarkably, all over Mott's house, there is evidence that this was a fire unlike any other.
Everything plastic was melted. The casing on the TV was distorted, and the telephone was melted to a ball plastic.
It's an incredible puzzle. What sort of heat or fire could vaporize a man and melt plastic but not burn the house down?
The fireman thought it was a gas leak underneath his bed, but if it was a gas leak and it was fire, there would have been a lot more burning. They'd never found a gas leak.
It's left to Ray to offer a theory.
I mentioned human spontaneous combustion, and everybody looked at me like I was crazy.
Spontaneous human combustion, or SHC, is a bizarre and weird phenomenon in which a person instantly bursts into flames for no apparent reason. Amazingly, there have been 40 other cases of SHC documented in the last century.
To that point, I don't think anybody in that room has heard of it. And everybody almost had the same reaction. Spontaneous combustion, what is that?
The investigation into George Mott's death failed to reach a conclusion, but Ray Harlan has no doubt what happened.
I still believe that it was spontaneous combustion because there's no other explanation. This is what I saw.
Now, this is weird or what? I mean, we know heavy metal rock drummers spontaneously combust all the time, but an innocent, harmless man minding his own business in bed and then poof, he goes up in smoke. I mean, what's going on here? Are any of us safe? Oh no, not again! Was George Mott a victim of SHC? Can a human simply ignite and burn without any external cause?
Spontaneous human combustion is amazing, bizarre, horrific. Given all that, it still happens.
A man is incinerated by a bizarre, inexplicable fire. Is his death proof that people can just spontaneously catch fire?
We have spent more than 3 decades looking at this incredibly weird phenomenon, and our conclusion is absolutely categorically, yes, it does happen.
Larry Arnold is a writer. He's dedicated himself to the study of SHC. He came to the scene of the George Mott conflagration.
To be at the scene of one of these remarkably rare and phenomenal events is eerie. It's unearthly. We look at the person who used to be there, and we're looking at something burned more completely than after several hours at several thousand degrees Fahrenheit. The George Mott fire scene is incredibly complex and very puzzling, even to someone such as ourselves who has looked at scores of cases that seem to emulate the kind of fire that consumed Mr. Mott. Something burned up Mr. Mott more completely than can be accomplished in a crematorium. His body burned through his bed, actually pushed the mattress springs into a V, burned through the boarding underneath the mattress, burned through the floorboards, and into a crawl space below. There is no heat or flame damage directly above the point of combustion that consumed Mr. Mott. We could touch the ceiling. It was about 7.5 feet high. Not a scorch mark of any kind on the ceiling directly above the point of combustion. In most fires, heat rises. We would expect to see a lot of heat and flame damage above the bed. Zero. Throughout the house, there was a nonsensical pattern of melted plastics or not melted plastics. It's baffling to us to this day, and we spent a lot of hours, as did the county officials, investigating this fire scene.
But if Mott self-immolated, how did it happen? Arnold believes the answer can be found in something so tiny, we can't even see it.
We wondered how much energy it takes to cremate someone like George Mott in the natural conditions, and if there could be a particle that would have that amount of energy contained within it. So we pulled up a theory from quantum physics, crunched the numbers. You come up with a particle that is incredibly small, much smaller than an atom, but it has an energy level which is humongous.
Arnold calls these subatomic particles pyrotrons. He believes they may be tiny, but they pack a punch.
It's so small that it can pass through three-dimensional matter almost unimpeded, perhaps through galaxies without ever striking something.
But according to Arnold, when the pyrotron does connect with something physical, the results are catastrophic.
On rare occasion, luck runs out, happenstance happens, and in those conditions when the pyrotron, with its incredibly high energy, impacts something inside a human being, we posit the end result is spontaneous human combustion. In essence, a human Hiroshima effect, a thermonuclear explosion, if you will, in the body.
Is spontaneous human combustion the result of a pyrotron colliding with a particle inside the human body? Did George Mott die from a freak collision of physics?
There simply is no plausible way by any chemical mechanism known that the body could just suddenly burst into flames and proceed to be destroyed.
Joe Nickel is an investigator of the paranormal and a firm believer that spontaneous human combustion is a myth with a rational explanation.
I looked at 30 historical cases from the 18th century throughout the 20th century. And in every case, I could find a plausible source for the ignition. For example, the famous case in America of Mary Reeser in 1951 in St. Petersburg, Florida. She burned up in a very unusual way, sort of one of the classic cases. But when she was last seen, and this is left out of some of the stories, she was wearing flammable night clothes, sitting in a big stuffed chair, smoking a cigarette, having taken 2 Seconal sleeping tablets and planned to take 2 more sleeping tablets before going to bed because she was having trouble sleeping. Now, it's kind of a no-brainer to suggest that she caught on fire by dozing off and dropping her cigarette. Yes, there are other mysteries. Why did her body burn so thoroughly, and why were nearby objects? We take those one at a time. And in these cases, you can't just have a sort of simple-minded, one-size-fits-all explanation and say, oh yeah, that's just this. No, you have to actually look at the facts in a particular case and look at the physics, because there are no two quite alike. The most logical explanation for the George Mott fire was a canister of matches sitting on, of all places, his oxygen enricher unit. He had either been somewhere to light a stove or something, and a spark could have gotten onto his clothes.
But how could a spark or a cigarette burn a human body to the extent seen in SHC cases?
In the forensic literature is something known as the wick effect. And that is, if you think of a wick in a candle, the wick is not doing much burning. The wick is simply a conduit. Now, if you think of the human body as sort of a candle inside out, the body has a lot of fat. It's very flammable.
Sounds horrific. How can someone become a human candle?
The clothing acts as a kind of wick in which once the body begins to burn, that body fat can be absorbed by clothing, mattress, and that begins this cyclical process in which the body burns, releasing more body fat to destroy still more of the body to release more. It's the wick effect that's helping this burn in a very efficient way. There's never a big fire when the body burns in this way. It's not a huge inferno. The results afterwards may look like that's what happened, but what actually happened is just that the body burned very slowly and very efficiently where the body fat was, in the torso, the upper thighs. You'll often find limbs or body parts that are not burned for pretty obvious reasons. They don't have as much body fat. Even a lean person has a significant amount of body fat. So while this isn't an explanation for all burning deaths, it's a relevant factor in some of the unusual cases because it can explain why, over a period of several hours, a fire is progressing and attacking and burning a body which is actually supplying the fuel for its own destruction.
But if your clothes catch fire, you simply put them out, right?
In some cases, the person may have had a seizure or a heart attack. In other cases, they may have been lying asleep and smoldering material near them first started burning, creating a lot of smoke. They may have died of smoke inhalation and never woken up.
Nichol believes that his theory can explain the almost complete lack of fire damage around the body.
Since there's never a big fire here, nearby objects are not going to be burned. Just as you can sit just inches away from a campfire and toast a marshmallow and not be burned, the same is true with this wick effect.
But does this explain the other objects that were melted throughout George's house?
The heat, of course, is gathering and rising. Objects above a certain line will be melted because the heat is accumulated there. And in the Mott case, there was soot all over. There's usually a sooty deposit if there's a lot of organic material being burned.
For Nichol, the answer is clear.
If science knows anything about spontaneous human combustion, it is that it doesn't exist. It's difficult to prove a negative, but we don't have to. There just is no evidence. To say it's unlikely does not do justice to how very, very, very far-fetched this idea is. The George Mott case was a mystery. I would consider it basically a mystery solved.
Does Nichol's theory prove that SHC does not exist? Can these horrific deaths be explained by the wick effect?
We've tried to conduct those experiments ourselves. We know others in the forensics field who have done so. They can't replicate these fire scenes under controlled scientific conditions. It doesn't work for us, and it did not work for the local investigators in Essex County. This is an example of individuals making up facts, creating stories, generating hypotheses without foundation to explain away something that they don't otherwise want to confront. Spontaneous human combustion is amazing, bizarre, horrific. Given all that, it still happens.
So is spontaneous human combustion real? It's a debate that will continue to rage. One thing we do know for certain, though, it's definitely weird. Or what? A British woman reports an ability that defies science. Can she harness electrical power?
The possibilities of things going wrong are just mind-blowingly frightening.
You know, when it comes to medicine, there's very little modern science can't explain. Oh my God! What is that disgusting thing in there? Oh. Sometimes we come across things that are not only inexplicable, they send a shiver down your spine. Or in the case of our next story, 1,000,000 volts through your hand. Whoa! Weird? Oh! Or what? Growing up in London, England, Debbie Wolfe thought she was a normal child.
I think when you're a small child, you don't realise you're different from anyone else. But my mum got it pretty quickly, I think.
Shortly after Debbie turned 4, her mother noticed there was something rather unusual about her daughter.
My mum noticed like hot spots of problems. It was just the era of everyone had Walkmans, and I drained the batteries, and light bulbs seemed to be quite vulnerable. My mum wouldn't touch me if she was switching the light switch on because a jolt of electricity would go through her.
Incredibly, it seems this tiny girl had somehow become supercharged with electricity. But what could cause this weird phenomenon? For Debbie and her family, it's just the start of a bizarre and literally shocking ordeal.
Every time I walked past the telly, the channels would start changing. The volume would go up or down, or it would switch off. I was always excluded from the lounge when the football was on because my dad didn't want me changing the channels.
Incredibly, when Debbie interacts with anything electrical, havoc ensues. She fries appliances, drains batteries, and explodes light bulbs. And as she gets older, the condition gets worse.
There's one particular occasion that I remember. I can't have been more than about 6. We went to this shop, one of my mum's favourite shops, and as we went past each street light, it went off and on and off and on as we passed them.
Remarkably, Debbie's electrical power grows with every step. By the time they arrive at the shop, things are getting out of control.
They had these metal rails where the clothes were displayed, and for some reason that seemed to spark me. So much so that I could touch it and you'd see sparks and you hear the crack of the spark. So my mum tried to herd me away from that.
But her mum doesn't act fast enough. Debbie's touch electrifies the entire store, blowing the fuses and plunging it into complete darkness. Terrified of her young child's weird power, Debbie's mum rushes her from the shop.
My mum made rules about what I was allowed to do and not allowed to do because it was disruptive.
What happened to Debbie Wolfe? Could she be cured by medicine? Or did she need an electrician? Sadly, her condition hasn't gone away. Over 3 decades later, she is still suffering.
I affected everything. I lost a job in a nightclub because every time I walked past the DJ box, the music would go off. My house is just like a graveyard of electrical goods. And I've usually got a TV or something sitting in my drive waiting to be taken to the dump. I get through an extraordinary amount of kettles and toasters and TVs. So I tend to buy second-hand TVs. And it is expensive and inconvenient, and I'm not always welcome in people's houses. I don't know from day to day what's going to work and what isn't, which is quite annoying when the fridge is defrosting in the morning. So basically, my house is just, you know, on a short lifespan. The thing I hate most to do, but I have to do it anyway, is flying. I just hate flying. The fear of being able to stop a plane in midair and having it drop out of the sky. No, because the possibilities of things going wrong are just mind-blowingly frightening.
Is Debbie somehow generating lethal amounts of electricity? If so, how and why? Incredibly, she isn't the only one suffering from this bizarre affliction. Thousands of others have it too, and it's even been given a name. Street light interference syndrome. Those who have it are called sliders. What are sliders and where do they get their supercharged powers? Are they a threat to themselves or even us? Bill Beatty is an electrical engineer. He thinks he can explain sliders.
I first heard about this in the 80s, and I started wondering, are they some kind of electric generator?
Could sliders like Debbie actually be generating their own electricity? How could she do it? Beatty thinks her power could be an extension of something we've all experienced.
If you scuff on the rug and touch a doorknob and you hear that little click, that's static electricity. The effect is caused by your body being charged.
Rubbing your feet steals negatively charged electrons from the carpet. With each step, you steal more electrons and develop more of a negative charge. Something easily detected with a voltmeter.
If I scuff on the rug, watch what happens. I'm scuffing my shoe. Oh, and they're all turning on and off. This is me moving my shoe up and down on the carpet. There's some more over there. So a science fair project for kids, a little transistor voltage detector. So if you were an electric human, you wouldn't have to scuff on the carpet. So if I could stand perfectly still and wait for long enough for my charge to go away, oh, it's gone again. So it already leaked away here. I would be turning the light on and off if my body charged up by itself. So I'm not an electric human, oh well.
But could this build up enough charge to affect a streetlight? Beatty believes sliders could generate large amounts of static electricity in another way.
Well, there's one thing that humans do which might explain this, and that's breathing.
Every day, humans take over 25,000 breaths. Remarkably, Beatty thinks it's possible we can steal a few electrons from the air each time we breathe in, and eventually supercharge our bodies.
If you can charge your body up by breathing, you have this invisible field of voltage around your body that can affect electronic devices, even from a few feet away.
But if everyone breathes air, why would only a few people, like Debbie, turn into human lightning bugs?
There's a chance that it could be a virus that hasn't been discovered yet. There are a few viruses that they're not like the flu or colds. Instead, when you catch it, there's almost no change, and then your body easily fights it off. If it's communicable, then you'd think that there'd be lots of electric humans, or you'd get it for a while and then it would be gone again. But this sounds more like it might be something that's like a symbiotic thing, that maybe you're born with it and you can't give it to other people.
Could some yet-to-be-discovered virus alter the lungs of sliders just enough to strip electrons from the air and turn them into supercharged humans? Or is Beatty's theory a few connections short of a circuit?
Oh, I was attracted to it because it's weird, but the vast, unstudied collection of weird things, some of those are real, and those are Nobel Prize discoveries.
So let me get this right. Sliders have an innate ability to wreak havoc on electrical goods, especially streetlights, right? And one guy thinks the reason they can do this is there's a virus going around that can supercharge your body as you breathe. Can't we come up with a better explanation? I mean, when it comes to electrical faults, isn't it just a matter of some dummy doing something stupid? So do sliders really have the power to generate electricity?
The phenomenon, to me, is not a real phenomenon at all.
Around the world, hundreds of people known as sliders claim to have the ability to interfere with electricity. Do they have a science-baffling superpower? Lee Colville has studied sliders for 5 years. He thinks he's found another way to explain the phenomenon.
It's highly improbable that anyone can generate enough electricity to affect a street lamp. We're talking about millions of volts here, as with a lightning bolt, and obviously a very high current flow. I mean, basically, if anyone could generate that amount of electricity, I mean, they would kill them. You know, the current flow itself would kill them and probably fry them, and they'd be blowing cars up and all sorts all over the place. You know, you don't see that, so therefore it's very unlikely. The most plausible explanation to me is basically pure coincidence.
But how could pure chance explain the incredible effect sliders have over electrical devices like street lamps?
Most people are not aware of how the streetlight works or what happens when the streetlight malfunctions. Here we have a common example of a street lamp, which is a high-pressure sodium lamp.
Many street lights use powerful sodium light bulbs. When they get old, they don't just burn out or even flicker like fluorescent bulbs. Instead, they begin a process called cycling.
It will turn off. When it cools down, it will basically come on again. Obviously, it will get too hot, then it will cool down again, come back on again, cycling on and off periodically.
If someone walked under a cycling street lamp at just the right moment, they could think they turned it on. But what about Debbie Wolf? She made a whole street go haywire.
A row of lamps that's probably installed at the same time, so the chances are that if one is faulty, you're going to find another one that's faulty on the same row.
Do faulty streetlights explain this mystery? What about all the other electrical gadgets that sliders like Deborah destroy?
Static electricity, it's mundane as that. If you've got someone with very dry skin, you could build up quite a large voltage, and by touching any electrical appliance, it could discharge and cause damage to sensitive components.
Are sliders just mistaking static electricity and coincidence for superpowers?
There's no reason to be frightened of spending time around a ledge slider, because the phenomena, to me, is not a real phenomena at all.
So, is this the end of the mystery? Maybe not. Suan Jaising is a mechanical engineer who was intrigued by Debbie's story.
A person being able to produce energy or harness energy is much like the X-Men, so it kind of provoked my interest.
He's come up with a remarkable new theory to explain what is happening.
I'm a bit skeptical that the body alone can generate enough energy to knock off electrical streetlights. But Debbie's body could absorb energy from around us and release it in the form of an electrical pulse.
Instead of creating electrical energy, could Debbie actually be sucking it up from the world around her?
Electricity plays quite an important role in our human body. Theoretically, one could possess the ability to store electricity through their bodies, just like a capacitor.
Capacitors are common in all electronics. They are used to gradually soak up excess electricity and then discharge it in a flash. Could Debbie be a human capacitor?
Her body may possess molecules that are able to harness this power.
To prove his theory, Jaising has conducted tests designed to try and stimulate Debbie into releasing an electrical charge. Using an oscilloscope, an instrument which measures voltage, he compares her output to someone with a normal charge.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some images, see whether we are able to simulate some electricity. Okay?
Debbie seems to become most electric when she's excited or stressed. Jaising uses images he hopes will recreate those feelings. Although not conclusive, some of Jasing's experiments have produced surprising results.
With Debbie, we noticed that there was a voltage that was being measured from her body that was different to what could be measured from ours. So the slider phenomenon does exist.
But this phenomenon isn't something Debbie can turn on and off at will.
It's very hard to bring myself to a place where I'm going to be electric, I suppose. I mean, I'd be a much richer person if I could do circus tricks, and I can't. It just happens.
Are Debbie and thousands like her really able to store electricity and release it in a flash? Could a rare virus have turned them into human generators? Or could it all be just a series of shocking coincidences? Whatever the answer, it's most definitely weird. Or what? So there we have it. 3 bizarre medical mysteries. An Arkansas woman baffles medical professionals by surviving a horrific skydiving accident. In upstate New York, a man vaporized in a fire leaves investigators asking, can humans spontaneously combust? And a group of people report being able to interfere with electricity. Do they have an inexplicable superpower? You decide. Join me again next time for more stories that will undoubtedly be weird or what. You know, I've been around for a while. Met some interesting people. Done some crazy things. So you just might think that there's not much that can take me by surprise. You'd be wrong. The world is full of stories, science, and things that amaze and confound me. Every single day, incredible mysteries that keep me awake at night. Some I can answer. Others just defy logic. Does the human mind possess powers beyond our comprehension? A housewife's psychic vision helps crack a major murder case.
I never wanted to be so wrong in my life.
Can crimes be solved with psychic power? A Californian man remembers every moment from every day of his life.
I can remember something so clearly, and then I go, wow, that was 41 years ago.
Is total recall possible? And a faith healer cures terminal disease with prayer. Is it a miracle or an amazing display of mind over matter?
If this was just placebo effect, you would find a handful of stories. You have thousands.
Yeah. It's a weird world, and I love it. Human brain. It's the most complex, advanced, and many would say, beautiful thing in nature. But how much do we know about it? Well, here are some facts for you. Did you know that it can process over 70,000 thoughts a day?
This is actually a cow brain, so it's more like 7 thoughts.
Or that it has over 10,000 miles of blood vessels?
Could you put it back, please? I need that.
Or that it doesn't feel pain?
Ouch. That hurts.
But these amazing abilities are really only the tip of the iceberg. The big question is, what don't we know about this incredible stuff? What else can it do? Oh, this is so great. Your brain generates between 10 and 23 watts of power, enough energy to power a light bulb. Impressive, huh?
This is pathetic.
weird or what? 1980, Los Angeles, California. A massive police search grips the small suburban community of local housewife Etta Smith.
I think we were a little edgy because having things like that happen wasn't the everyday practice.
A hospital nurse is missing and feared dead. Astoundingly, Etta was about to find herself at the center of the investigation in the most bizarre way.
I made it a point to listen to the news during the day about this nurse missing. And the news said they were making a house-to-house search. At the moment that they said house-to-house search, everything went haywire. It was like I was seeing a movie. I began to see this area. I saw a trail, I saw a dirt path. I saw something white through the bushes, and I knew where it was.
For the first time in her life, Etta's had a psychic vision. She's convinced she knows where the nurse is. She's terrified and confused.
I didn't know what to think of it. There's some things that you just can't explain away. I'm arguing with myself. Should I go tell the police? They're gonna think I'm crazy. But what if she's there and she needs help?
Etta decides to drive to where she believes the nurse to be, a nearby canyon. Just being there seems to increase her newfound psychic abilities.
I see a big spray of dirt and tire marks, and I laid my hands into the tire prints. And as soon as I did, I could feel trauma. I mean, bad. By then, my heart is just fluttering, and I'm thinking, all I want to do is get out of here.
Fighting her fear, Etta follows her instinct.
Down the embankment, out the dirt path, I see something. There was white nurse's shoes. And I said, oh my God, it's her. I never wanted to be so wrong in my life. All I could think of is run, get out of here, get to the police.
When the police arrive, Etta's in for a huge shock. Instead of thanking her, they're convinced she must have had something to do with the murder. To her horror, she's arrested.
It was shocking. I cried till I couldn't cry anymore. Strip searched me, put me in a cell by myself. It was a nightmare.
After 4 days behind bars, Etta is finally released. Soon after, the killers, 3 local men, are arrested and convicted of rape and murder. Etta sues the police for false arrest, and after 6 years of legal battles, she wins. But even now, Etta struggles to make sense of the whole thing.
I don't know if it was her spirit that came and touched me to allow me to have the vision that I had. I don't know. It's one of those mysteries.
What did Etta Smith experience that day? Did she have a genuine psychic vision? Remarkably, many psychic detectives claim to solve crimes by means of mysterious insights. Is this possible?
I'd say there are 2 kinds of psychics. Those who have no psychic ability, but believe they do, and we call them fantasizers. The other type also has no psychic ability, they know they don't, and we call them charlatans.
Joe Nickel researches paranormal claims. He believes there's no such thing as psychic vision or extrasensory perception.
The history of ESP has been a history of self-deception, deception, wishful thinking, playing games with statistics.
and not one person has been able to do anything meaningful.
But if psychic ability doesn't exist, how do psychic detectives achieve such amazing results?
The typical psychic engages in something we call retrofitting, or after-the-fact matching. You throw out some so-called clues. I'm getting water. I see a tall structure. And then the next thing you know, search party found the remains, and in comes the psychic saying, you know, I mentioned water, and that body was found near a creek or a pond or Riverside Drive or a water tower. Remember the tall structure I mentioned? And they get by with this. The number 7 was 7 miles out of town, or the sheriff's license plate has 2 7s in the number, or it's silly stuff. It doesn't help the police find the body, but it helps them later rationalize that somehow people have visions of a mystical nature.
Did Etta Smith just make a lucky guess?
It's not so simple that everyone who claims to be a psychic is a simple fraud. Some of course are. But some are simply self-deceived. They're what would generally be called a fantasy-prone personality. And they believe that what they imagine seems very real to them, and yet they have no special powers. The average psychic detective is no use to police. In my opinion, they provide no real evidence, they create false hope, and they have done it at the expense of promoting ignorance and superstition in our society, and driven unsuspecting people into the clutches of fortune tellers and other people who are engaging in magical thinking rather than rational thinking. What we need to do in our society is use the organ above the neck that's able to analyze evidence and make rational judgments, not to have feelings and intuitions and so forth that don't pan out.
I see a long life full of riches and a man named Stephen. Does that ring a bell? You know, many of us have been to palm readers, fortune tellers, people who claim to have amazing psychic abilities who are really nothing but fakes. But Etta Smith wasn't someone performing cheap tricks. She saw something in her mind even the police couldn't understand. Would she do it just for fame and fortune? Or is she truly psychic? No, Stephen? What about Harry? Are psychics real? How did Etta Smith help solve a murder?
Etta definitely had a psychic vision. She had a clairvoyant vision.
A Los Angeles woman has a strange and sudden vision which helps police solve a murder. Was it a genuine psychic phenomenon? Popular psychic Tana Hoy thinks so.
When I first read Etta's story, my reaction that I had was, wow, this woman had a spontaneous psychic memory. I believe that the spirit was drawing her, pulling her to go and find her body.
If anyone can testify to how important psychic visions can be to the police, it's Hoy. He's helped investigators solve a double homicide and, while on live radio, predicted a terrorist attack 90 minutes before the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995.
A person can hear a word, a phrase, and it will awaken a psychic memory or a psychic vision within that person. She's awakened this vision, and she saw the canyon where the body was. That's an example of clairvoyant experience, clear seeing. And when she placed her hand in the tire tracks, she was making a direct connection with the energy imprint of the vehicle. Etta definitely had a psychic vision. She had a clairvoyant vision. Clairvoyance comes from the French word, and it means clear seeing. And she had visions inside her head that she could clearly see. So that would be definitely considered a psychic experience. I also would like to say everybody is psychic. Some people have learned to develop it and tap into it, and others haven't. Businessmen often talk about having hunches, Very common. Talk to a businessman, a stockbroker, some kind of investor. He'll say, oh, I just had a hunch. Or a businessman will say, well, I didn't hire that person. I just had a gut feeling it wasn't right. Women talk about their intuition. I just had an intuitive feeling that this was going to be like this. Or I had a sense that person wasn't telling me the truth. If you ever felt someone was lying, or had a sense about something, or felt somebody wasn't a good person, or you could trust that person, or you couldn't trust that person, you've had a psychic experience. We just don't call them psychic feelings, but anything that you're able to know, sense, or feel outside of your normal 5 senses is psychic in nature.
But if Etta's vision was for real, why didn't the police believe her?
We're going back to 1980. So back then, we didn't have the awareness of psychics that we have today. Today we see TV shows and we see psychics on talk shows. I don't feel that she would have been arrested today.
So given their remarkable successes, should detectives add psychics to the force?
A lot of psychics, when they work with police departments, they don't do it for publicity. They do it to help and give back. So it happens a lot more than we ever hear about.
But did Etta Smith really see something with her mind? Psychology professor Tim Moore thinks not.
I think Etta may have overheard information in the community without fully processing it at the time that she acquired it. But later on, it registered and prompted her to go to the police.
Moore believes something in Etta's unconscious memory triggered what she thought was a psychic vision. Psychologists call it source misattribution.
Source misattribution, you have information to which you falsely attribute having acquired as a result of experience when in fact it's been suggested to you or provided to you by someone else.
Etta Smith wasn't the killer, so how could she have any idea where the body was?
My understanding is that the actual culprits were blabbermouths, and they talked about what they had done in their neighborhood, which was her neighborhood.
Could Etta's psychic vision be mistaken for random information she had nothing to do with?
If Etta's not concentrating on the information at the time that she's hearing it, because that's not the focus of her attention, the information nevertheless gets in, but she doesn't remember the source. At some later date, she hears information on the news that the police are looking for a missing body. She recollects somewhat hazily or without appreciating how she came by that information.
But how could Etta have known the exact location of the body, the precise road in the right canyon?
I believe she's familiar with the area, so the original information could easily have triggered a cognitive map. The canyon roads there, for example, are pretty distinctive. She may have intuited, just on the basis of what she overheard, where the body probably was. I mean, that's not a stretch.
Did the unexpected recall of a hidden memory lead Etta to the body? Or did she experience a genuine psychic event which helped solve a case the police could not? Whatever the truth, this story is most definitely weird. Or what? You know, the human brain has been evolving for, hold it. How long has it been evolving?
2.5 million years.
903B, take 2, marker.
Action.
You know, the human brain has been evolving for 2.5 million years, but perhaps one of the greatest things that sets us apart from any other creature is the power. Oh, damn.
903B, take 3, marker.
And action.
You know, the human brain has been evolving for 2.5 million years, but perhaps one of the greatest things that sets us apart from any other creature is the power of our memory.
Yay!
Oh, come on. Where are my keys? Damn. Oh, wow. They say that everyone has a special talent. In Bob Petrella's case, that's certainly true. But he possesses something so special, it sets him apart from the rest of humankind.
The reaction kind of varies. A lot of people are amazed. A lot of people call it a phenomenon, as strange and unusual.
Even old friends are still shocked when they see Bob's power on display.
Oh, very good, very good.
May 18th, 1980.
Oh, that's Mount St. Helens.
Nerve gas attack in Tokyo subway.
March 20th, 95.
Correct.
Yeah.
Princess Diana's wedding.
July 29th, 81. It was a Wednesday.
It may seem that Bob just has a gift for remembering trivia, but there's much more to his incredible talent. He can remember nearly every single moment from every single day of his life.
I threw a bowl of soup on the ceiling on March 13th, 75. Sometimes when they think you're lying, they think you're making it up.
But every fact Bob pulls from his mind is correct. His memory is somehow perfect.
When's my birthday?
November 8th.
What's the year?
68.
What day of the week was it?
Friday.
What were you doing that day?
I was at a football game watching Beaver Falls play Hopewell. Beaver Falls got beat, I think 28-7.
Bob is the best friend to have because he always remembers your birthday. He remembers your anniversary. You also remember stuff that we did that I completely forgot. We've been working for a long time, and he'll call me up and like, 10 years ago, Nancy, we were on a plane to New York to do this story. And I'm like, 10 years ago? Yeah, we were, weren't we?
Well, usually anniversaries, I'll do it for that. If it's, you know, oh, by the way, November 8th, November 2nd, July 11th.
Oh, very good, very good. So it is cool having a friend, but it's not something that's always in your face, you know? I mean, you're very stealth about your ability.
Well, that's not my experience, because I watch football with him, so every time we watch a game, he'll say, remember that game 3 years ago when so-and-so did this? And I'm just like, I don't remember yesterday. Like, what are you talking about? The ability to remember detail from games and things that happened in games. And I just realized, and you know, because I just think of you as a buddy, I think, God, my memory's terrible. I don't remember that at all. How come I don't remember that? And it's...
Unbelievable though it seems, Bob remembers every detail of every experience he's ever had.
It's a little unnerving.
Sometimes I even amaze myself when I remember mundane things about when I got a haircut or what I had for lunch on a certain day. A lot of people are like, they look at you and just totally amazed.
But how's this possible? We all know our memory is far from complete. Words and names stick on the tips of our tongues, to say nothing of the inconsequential details of daily life.
May 1st. Let's go back May 1st. 10 years.
What was it? Well, May 1st, 91, I was wrapping up a job at Pacific State University. That was a Tuesday, and that was the NFL draft.
Yeah, that's usually going to be around draft day.
Yeah. And then May 1st, 81, I was house sitting in Laurel Canyon for this woman named Autumn Brown. May 1st, 71 was a Saturday. Oh, and I was back east visiting. I went out drinking for the first time as a 21-year-old in a bar. It was a Saturday, you know, and I was, let's see your ID. Yeah, here it is, pal, I'm 21, you know. So it was like only 3 days after my 21st birthday.
Incredibly, Bob is not the only person with a perfect memory. He is part of an exclusive club. Around 20 people worldwide have what scientists now call super autobiographical memory, the ability to remember every single day of their lives.
Yeah, the amazing part to me sometimes is I can remember something so clearly, and then I go, wow, that was 41 years ago. I'm not sure how it works. It came natural to me.
A man with a super memory that can remember the tiniest detail from every part of his life. Now, that's impressive. But he's not the only one. You see, I've got some tricks of the trade myself. For instance, I've forgotten where I put my phone, and to stimulate my memory, I use another phone to call it. And then I listen. And then I simply head towards the source of the sound, and I should find it in the last place I was doing something important. Okay, I know it's in here now. Oh, come on. Yeah, no. Ah, you see, it works every time. Hello? The ice cream is in the refrigerator. So what explains Bob Petrella's incredible gift? Could the rest of us have this superpower?
We all have this capacity.
A Californian man has an incredible gift. He is able to remember every detail of every day of his life. Does he possess a kind of superpower?
When I first heard about this idea that didn't smell right to me.
Gary Marcus is a cognitive scientist. He believes people with super memory might not be so super after all.
I think what's really happening in this syndrome is that people are really spending a lot of time studying their own lives. People might try to remember the past because they want to hold on to it. It's not necessarily voluntary. Most of us, if we're interested in something, don't obsess over it. I think one thing that often happens in this syndrome is people are particularly interested in the details of their own lives. Not everybody is, so I think my life is interesting, but not so interesting that I spend a lot of time thinking about what happened to me in the past. I'm usually focused on what's going to happen next rather than what happened in the past. But some people are particularly interested, just like people might be interested in genealogy, or some people are interested in sports facts because they like sports. When I was a kid, I paid a lot of attention to baseball statistics because that's what I liked. Everybody has different things that they like, and some of us spend more time than others trying to actually remember those things.
So is supermemory just a form of obsession? To find out, Marcus spent time with other people who also claim they have it.
I think that people who have studied this phenomena have focused on what the people who have the phenomena are good at. But with the person that I tested that had this kind of syndrome, I kind of focused on some things that I thought they might be bad at and indeed were.
When given standard memory tests like recalling lists of words, Marcus found people with so-called supermemory did no better than anyone else.
I think we as a species are worried that we're being replaced by machines. They're probably worried with good reason, because machines do have better memory. So when you find a person that at least looks a little bit like they have memory as good as a machine, maybe it makes us feel better about ourselves. I mean, the reality is, in the long term, no human's ever going to match the memory of a machine. The idea of photographic memory is a myth, and there's no human being that really has the level of control over their memory that a computer does. People with superior autobiographical memory can get really good at memorizing the details of their own lives, but it doesn't extend to everything. If they're not interested in it, they're not going to remember it.
So has Bob simply chosen to obsessively memorize his entire life? Not everyone is convinced. Dr. James McGaugh was the first psychologist to study supermemory.
The most surprising thing about this ability to me is what it surprises everybody, the fact that it can be done at all. If I should ask anybody what they did yesterday, then most people could run through the day yesterday pretty easily. And even the day before, if they think about it, they could run through. And that is not unlike what these people are able to do, except they can do it for every day of their life. So the question is, why is it that these subjects can do it for all days, and the rest of it can only do for 1 or 2 days with any reliability, aside from remembering special days and special events, because we all remember birthdays and weddings and funerals and automobile accidents and things of that kind.
After interviewing more than a dozen people with supermemory, he's convinced they're not merely obsessive.
One of our subjects made this very clear when somebody suggested that all that she does is sit around and re-rehearse all of her information. And she said, let me get this straight. I have a full-time job and I have a life, and I'm supposed to be sitting around re-rehearsing all of those experiences. Highly unlikely.
McGaugh feels that people like Bob are a real phenomena with memories way, way beyond that of even the best minds.
An average person can learn to do some memory tricks. There are individuals who have memorized the number pi out to 30,000 places. But that type of ability is restricted to that kind of information. People with superior autobiographical memory capture their daily experiences, and it doesn't really make much difference what kind of information it is, they just hold it.
But if it's not an obsession, how else would they remember their lives in such detail? McGaugh is working on an incredible theory.
One possibility is that we all store all this information about all of our experiences in our brain someplace. We all have this capacity, and they are able to tap this capacity in ways that we can't.
But how come people like Bob are able to do this and the rest of us can't?
We're beginning to find that there are some regions of the brains of our subjects who have this strong memory that are larger
and the same regions in control subjects of the same age and sex.
It's believed part of the brain, called the caudate nuclei, is 7 times larger in people with supermemory. Could this somehow explain Bob's gift?
If the human brain is capable of doing that, that tells us that the human brain has this amazing capacity. There's something really important here, something unique and something important.
Do supermemorizers have turbocharged brains, or is there another answer to this mystery of the mind?
And I say, okay, and I see the year, and I see the month, and then I cues into.
A man has an amazing ability. He can remember almost every moment from every day of his life. But how? Dr. Mary Spiller is a psychologist at the University of East London. She believes supermemory could be explained by a medical condition called synesthesia.
Synesthesia is probably best thought of as a crossing of the senses. So someone with synesthesia, when they hear music, they may see colours, or when they hear words, they might have tastes. So for example, the word tomorrow might taste like bacon, the word computer might taste like ice cream, the letter F might be a bright pink colour, number 5 could be a blue colour. And we think that it's probably a hereditary condition, so people with synesthesia typically might have other members of the family, might also have synesthesia, their father, their grandmother might have it. Research is currently looking to see what genes are associated with synesthesia.
It's an amazing concept, but how could it result in supermemory? Dr. Spiller believes people like Bob may have a rare form of the condition called time-space synesthesia.
People with time-space synesthesia see time. For example, someone may think of the months of the year as being located in a circle around their body. So January could be here, and then February, March, April, May, and so on around their body. And this can work for years as well.
Could the ability to see time allow people to keep their memories perfectly organized?
If you ask the synesthete, where is this particular Monday in 1978, they always know where in space that moment in time is. Almost as if they're looking it up in a filing cabinet. This gives people with time-space synesthesia an advantage when it comes to remembering when things happened.
Sure enough, when people with supermemory are asked to remember an event, they speak like they're seeing it.
And I see where May 1st is. I see the year, and I see the month, and then it cues into the day. And I say, okay.
Could this be proof that Bob and others with supermemory have some form of time-space synesthesia?
I think it's definitely possible that other individuals with highly superior autobiographical memory could have time-space synesthesia. Having a 3D sense of time could potentially have huge benefits for someone when storing memories.
Does the ability to see time explain Bob's near-total recall? Or is it because he has a slightly different brain than the rest of us? Or are people with supermemory such fans of their own lives they can't stand to forget a minute of it? Weird or what?
I gave him a choice.
You know, it was my birthday the other day. As you can see, I got some really great presents. The problem is with this newfangled packaging, it's a miracle you can get them out. Hang on. This should do the job. Yeah. Oh, well, at least I got it open. But do miracles, even small ones, have a rational explanation? Or are they gifts from a divine and superior power? Or are they something else? In 1993, Julie Spahn was living a happy life with her children and husband, Greg. But one August night, her life was suddenly ripped apart.
We were having a dinner, and suddenly Julie sat down, and I heard a cracking sound like a broken baseball bat and saw her head fall to the table.
In a horrible freak accident, Julie had smashed her head on a shelf behind her seat.
And that's the last time I saw my wife for many years, as far as the Julie I knew.
I fractured the temporal bone in the back of my head, which led to a significant brain bleed.
It's a very serious injury. In that moment, Julie's world turned upside down.
For the next 13 years, to put it bluntly, my life was pure hell. I literally had headaches every single day. I had visual problems. I couldn't walk. I couldn't sleep.
Julie visited some of the best doctors and specialists in the world, but they were unanimous. Julie's brain injury would leave her in excruciating pain for the rest of her life.
I lived at my lowest point. Part of me was terrified for my life.
But then one afternoon, in 2008, Julie sees a TV show featuring a controversial faith healer. Immediately, she knows something phenomenal is happening.
It was just incredible. I just had a really distinct peace come about me. And I thought, I really want to go see this man.
The faith healer is Ohio-based anesthesiologist Dr. Issam Nema. He claims to heal terminal illnesses through prayer. 2 months after seeing him on TV, Julie decides to meet him.
And when Dr. Nema walked in, I started feeling a great deal of warmth in my lower back. And I'm automatically thinking, okay, wait a minute. What can be happening already?
Could the power of Dr. Nema's prayer really be having an effect on Julie?
The life came back into her eyes that had been gone for all these years, and I just saw a total transformation in all aspects of muscle tone and color and warmth and just life. It was really amazing.
Incredibly, Julie's pain is gone. The headaches disappear. Her vision comes back. She can move normally again.
And I said, I don't think I need this cane anymore. And I proceeded to walk right out to the car and get in the car all by myself, which I couldn't do before. It was obvious something major had happened.
Her doctors can't explain her recovery, but Julie has no doubts.
I definitely feel like I received a miracle. There is no other explanation for it.
But Julie is far from alone. Thousands claim that Nema's prayers have healed them.
The Lord took the pain from me, relieved me of it.
I had my own personal miracle.
From cancer to multiple sclerosis, it appears no disease, ailment, or condition is too powerful for Nema's healing powers. As word spreads, people travel from all over the world to attend his services. But what's happening to people like Julie? Are they really experiencing miracles at the hands of a faith healer? Or is their recovery an incredible demonstration of the power of the mind?
Is it psychological? Well, of course it's psychological.
An Ohio doctor claims to cure terminal diseases through prayer. Is he really a miracle worker? Gilbert Ross is the medical director of the American Council on Science and Health. Being a skeptic is part of his job.
Merely because a patient undergoes a miraculous recovery after seeing a faith healer in no way means that the faith healer had any actual active role in the improvement.
Ross has a more rational explanation. He believes the power of healing comes from the extraordinary power of the human mind.
The successful faith healing is entirely the result of the placebo effect. It's purely dependent upon the patient's belief that the faith healing is effective.
The placebo effect is a recognized medical phenomenon. People who believe they are getting treated get better. Incredibly, in some clinical trials, placebos have proven more effective than surgery.
Give the patient a jar of sugar pills and you encourage them to believe that it's some sort of medication that will help them, you can provoke a placebo response, which may have some actual beneficial effect. Also, you'll be avoiding any potential for side effects or complications from giving the patient any sort of active medication. Now, the downside of that, and there's a very strong case to be made, is that this is unethical. That a doctor who gives a patient a medication, including a sugar pill as a placebo, knowing that it's inactive, and yet not telling the patient that, is lying to the patient. And whatever the good intentions of that act are, it's unethical on its face.
Nobody knows exactly how it is that placebos can be so powerful, but it's accepted that the mind has awesome healing abilities and that just believing in a cure is a powerful medicine.
The placebo effect is real in that a certain percentage of patients will feel better just from the intervention. Is it psychological? Well, of course it's psychological if you're not administering an active ingredient, but that doesn't mean that it's not real, and it doesn't mean that it's not biochemical or physiological either. The psyche is an extremely powerful force, and the brain does indeed manufacture neurohumoral factors that come into play in the body's metabolism. This is well known. I mean, the antidepressant pills, the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, act on brain chemicals. So we know very well that mood and affect and behavior are to some extent chemical based. So why shouldn't a psychological factor generate chemicals that also help patients to feel better?
So can this phenomena explain Dr. Nema's success? Could faith healing be a placebo that cures only because people believe?
Patients who have strong beliefs in spirituality, including religion, would be more receptive to all sorts of placebo effects, including faith healing. It has to do with some kind of ritual and the patient's sincere belief that what they're going through with the faith healer is going to help them.
Can the success stories of faith healers like Dr. Nema be explained by medical mind over matter?
If this was just placebo effect, if it was just temporary, you would find a handful of stories. You have hundreds, you have thousands.
Christian radio host Trapper Jack Keller has no doubt that Dr. Nema is performing bona fide miracles, something he's witnessed firsthand.
I have retinitis pigmentosa. I'm legally blind. It's a degenerative retinal disease. But twice in the 11 years I've known Dr. Nemi, my vision's been fully restored. Both amazing, dramatic moments that certainly got my attention. I haven't been able to see in the dark since I was 13. And I get up at 2:30 in the morning to do my radio show, and I actually woke up before the alarm went off. And I get up and I just suddenly realize I can see everything. I can see the dresser, I see the chair, I see the table, the lamp, the fan. I can see everything. And I'm looking for the light source. How can I see these things? It's pitch black, but where's the light source? And there was no light source. It lasted about 60 seconds, and then the blackness came back. But for me, a beautiful sign of things to come. And it's my belief that it will come back when it most serves God.
But how can someone perform these cures? Where does Dr. Nema's healing power come from?
He's not doing the healing. He takes no credit for it. God does it all, but he gets to be the spectator. He gets to watch it happen. He's the connector.
So how does it work? What does Dr. Nema do at his services?
Something happens, and it happens over and over again, thousands of times over. I've seen people with MS. I've seen people with blindness. People who have been told they're going to die of cancer, suddenly, literally, in the blink of an eye, the tumor's gone.
For Keller, Dr. Nema's healings are part of a tradition as old as Christianity itself.
The healing stories are written about in the Bible. You take it back to Jesus' time. And then the apostles were healing. And you realize that it's always been there. Absolutely, there are so many stories about miraculous healings from the apostles. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed.
But why Dr. Nema? Why is it that he has the gift and not anyone else?
I believe Dr. Nemi was put on this earth to help people find their way to God. And God gave him that extra portion of faith. And that faith is being utilized beautifully. Miracles are happening to get your attention.
This is an incredible story, but is it just that? A story? Do faith healers hold the power to heal the sick or the dying in the palm of their hands? Do they possess something that science cannot identify, something beyond this world? Or are they less than angels? Is Dr. Nema performing modern-day miracles? Should we take faith healers seriously?
Faith healers are either knowing or unconscious frauds.
Thousands of seriously ill people report being cured at the hands of a faith healer. Some say it's a miracle. Others think it's all simply the power of suggestion.
Faith healers are either knowing or unconscious frauds, that they use various conscious tricks to lead people to believe that they've been healed when they have not been healed.
Terrence Hines is a professor of psychology at Pace University, New York. He takes a rational approach to Dr. Nema's success stories.
The patient's own belief that they're going to be cured, I think, certainly plays a role. Getting people excited so that they won't feel pain through perhaps endorphin release is another trick. Endorphins are the body's natural painkillers. They're released under situations of high stress and arousal. So the patient will, in fact, believe, getting it correctly, that they've been cured.
Hines has spent time undercover investigating faith healers. He found that in some cases, they relied on trickery.
We went undercover at a faith healing meeting held in Brooklyn, New York. And about halfway through the healing session, an elderly gentleman was brought up on stage in a wheelchair. The faith healer laid his hands on this gentleman in the wheelchair and bade him walk. And this gentleman got out of his wheelchair, walked up and down the stage to great applause. It was a miracle. But in fact, one of the other members of the team had noticed this gentleman walk into the meeting hall under his own power earlier in the performance. As he neared the stage, one of the faith healer's assistants walked up to him and said, "Sir, would you like a wheelchair?" So this gentleman sits in the wheelchair. 45 minutes later, he finds himself brought up on stage and asked to walk. Well, he can walk. And he doesn't have the power to grab the microphone from the healer and say, "Well, but I walked in here by myself." Thus, a miracle is performed. At the end of the meeting, the faith healer did something that I find reprehensible. He said, "Even if you haven't been called up tonight, you're all cured. You go home, you throw away that medicine. You don't need your insulin anymore. You don't need that heart medicine. You've been cured by Dr. Jesus. Throw that medicine away." That's disgraceful.
But why would some faith healers set out to dupe people? According to Hines, it's a profitable game.
All faith healers that I've come across don't charge admission to their services. It's free. But during the service, they certainly ask for donations. At the faith healing meeting I went to, I became a volunteer usher, and I was given a collection bucket, yay big. And I thought, they're crazy if they're going to get this thing filled with money. I was the crazy one. I was pushing the $50, $100 bills and $20 bills down into the bucket. I think I probably cleared about $6,000. Now, there were 12 ushers. 12 times 6 is $72,000 taken out of that community in one night. I would call it a license to steal. Because at least in the United States, since they are a religious entity, they are exempt from any and all taxes. So there's no income tax on this money. So yes, it's a license to steal. And at least in the United States, they are probably not, in fact, doing anything illegal. And I'm not sure they should be. I'm not sure I could, not being a lawyer, could draft a law that would be constitutional and make it illegal.
Hines believes it's easy to hoodwink people into believing they've been cured. To prove it, he set up a demonstration of the power of suggestion.
So we have an actor who will play a doctor, a healer, and one of the gimmicks that he has is a neural stimulator. The patient will be told this will reduce their pain.
In fact, the neurostimulator is a classic placebo, a prop that does nothing.
And what we expect to find is that a number of people, not everybody, But a number of people say, my God, my pain's really gone. I can feel that.
The first volunteer reports a pain in her ankle.
Right there.
Our fake doctor assures her he can help.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn it on. I want you to keep breathing, and when I turn it on, you're gonna feel the energy coming out through your head, okay? Here we go. Do you feel the difference that this is making already?
Yeah, it's relaxing.
Phenomenal. Look at that. She's moving it already, right?
Yeah. Didn't see how it would work, but actually, like I had a pain like right at the top of my foot, and now I couldn't even like bend it, but now it seems to be better. Like I can move it. It doesn't hurt as bad anymore.
Hein's theory seems to prove correct as volunteer after volunteer are easily deceived by the fake doctor. So much so, he feels it might have been a profitable day.
The people who reported a positive change probably would have given it a donation. Not a huge amount because, again, they didn't come prepared for that. But yes, I suspect a donation could have been wrung from them.
So are faith healers con men who prey on the weak and vulnerable? Or can healers like Dr. Nema channel science-defying miracles into ailing bodies? Or is it simply that our own minds are so medically potent that people like Julie can heal themselves with the power of belief? Weird. Or what? So there we have it. 3 stories exploring the untapped power of the human mind. A woman's paranormal vision helps solve a murder. Can horrific crimes be solved by psychic powers? A Californian man can remember nearly every moment from every day of his life. Can we all one day have total recall? And a faith healer cures terminal illnesses through prayer. Is it a modern-day miracle or an awesome demonstration of mind over matter? You decide. Join me again next time for more stories that will undoubtedly be weird or what? You know, I've been around for a while, met some interesting people, done some crazy things. So you just might think that there's not much that can take me by surprise. You'd be wrong. The world is full of stories, science and things that amaze and confound me. Every single day, incredible mysteries that keep me awake at night. Some I can answer. Others just defy logic. Is the history of the world wrong? In a Mexican cave, a young girl finds a bizarre 900-year-old skeleton. Is it evidence aliens once walked our planet?
This is the equivalent of landing on the moon.
A Peruvian doctor discovers stone carvings that could rewrite the history of evolution. Did dinosaurs live alongside humans?
This is one of archaeological's most baffling enigmas.
And a 2,000-year-old wooden model reveals an incredible secret. Did the ancient Egyptians invent the airplane?
This is going to throw the way we view ancient civilizations completely topsy-turvy.
Yeah. It's a weird world, and I love it. I love books. They make me think, especially anything about history. Thousands of years of human development and achievement. They're all contained in the pages of these wonderful documents that not only teach generation after generation about where we came from, but where we might be going. And have you ever stopped to consider what it might mean for us if all we've learned and all we think we've learned about our past is wrong? It's unthinkable, isn't it? Well, guess what? There's real and bizarre events out there that are telling us we may need to rethink everything we know about everything. The unthinkable is here. Researcher Lloyd Pye is the guardian of what he contends is the most important artifact ever discovered. The story begins in the Mexican countryside over 80 years ago.
It was originally discovered in about 1930 by a young girl about 100 miles southwest of Chihuahua. She was visiting relatives there. She went out exploring the area, found a mine tunnel, went in, and inside the tunnel found 2 skeletons.
Examining the bones, the girl thinks one of the skulls looks very strange.
It was a misformed or misshapen skull. She believed it was a deformity.
With no idea what she stumbled across, the girl removes the skull as a macabre souvenir. She holds onto it for 60 years.
She brought it to her home in El Paso, kept it for her whole life. When she found out that she was dying in the early 90s, she asked some friends if they would take it for her.
The skull ends up in the care of Melanie Young, a medical professional who immediately makes a shocking discovery.
She had seen a lot of deformity, and she said right away, I don't think this is necessarily a deformed human skull. And that's how I got involved.
Perplexed, Melanie approaches Lloyd. He's an expert in human skulls. But in his years of studying human development, he's never seen anything like it.
When I looked into those eyes, it was like, whoa, this really is something unusual. It's so unusual, it's so bizarre. A moron can see this is not really a human skull. It's something else, but what? But by the same token, I was like everybody else. My first reaction was it has to be some kind of deformity, because if it's not, then this is the equivalent of the shepherd that found the Dead Sea Scrolls. I mean, this is a big deal, and I didn't believe that that kind of thing would just fall into my lap. I took it to experts in every field of human physiology. The eye guy, the brain guy, the ear guy, the skull shape guy. During the course of '99, I came to understand that physiologically, it was really nothing like a human. It is human-like, but it is definitely non-human. No other way to say it.
But if it's not human, what was it? Lloyd broadens his search.
I took it to experts in UFOs and aliens and have people who had been in it for years evaluated.
After close examination, the UFO experts reach a stunning conclusion.
The skull is an alien that died on Earth and was buried on Earth 900 years ago. The consensus was, it looks like the skull of a gray alien. The alien that we all know, the one with the heart-shaped face on a thin little neck and the weird eyes, we all know that look, a gray alien.
With this in mind, Lloyd and his supporters name the artifact the Starchild skull. They keep looking for answers.
How it got here, I don't know. Was it crash landed? I don't know. Did it come here on a visit and get sick and die? I don't know. The implications are as big as you can imagine. The Starchild is going to change history. It's going to prove that at least once an alien being walked on the Earth.
Dear friends, we are gathered here today to pay our last tributes and respects to the memory of our departed and beloved alien child. Oh, sorry, would you excuse me for a moment? Now, this story is definitely weird, or what? Does the Starchild skull belong to an alien child he was visiting, or even conceived on Earth but tragically died? If so, does this change the course of history? But even more importantly, what about the parents? Did anyone think of letting them know? Did they give their child a proper farewell? I doubt it. I'm so sorry. Was a wonderful child who loved comics, sports, and practical jokes like destroying planets with his father's death ray. He'll be sadly missed. Would anyone like to say a few words? Is the Starchild skull the most important archaeological discovery ever made? Not everyone thinks so. Yale University neurology professor Stephen Novella has studied the Starchild skull and claims its appearance is nothing unusual.
Going through medical school and training as a neurologist, I've seen many examples of similar kinds of deformities before. There are lots of genetic anomalies that produce abnormalities or deformities.
Novella's research has led him to believe the Starchild skull belonged to a human suffering from a medical condition called hydrocephalus.
Hydrocephalus is a term that literally means water on the brain. And what happens is that the fluid that's normally inside and around the brain does not flow like it normally should, and that causes the water and the pressure to build up inside the brain and inside the skull. In young children where the bones of the skull have not yet fused, this can cause the skull to balloon out, sometimes even to incredible size. In an adult where all the bones of the skull have completely fused together, then the hydrocephalus would just cause increased pressure on the brain, but not an expansion of the skull itself.
For Novella, it's this ballooning that explains the Starchild skull's unusual appearance.
The overall size and shape of the skull and the arrangement of the deformities matches pictures of children and skulls of people with hydrocephalus. Certainly, I've seen pictures of many of them which look very similar to the Starchild skulls.
Sadly, there would have been no treatment for this painful condition in the era from which the Starchild skull belongs.
The modern treatment for hydrocephalus is to drain the fluid out from inside the brain. It reverses all of the abnormal effects of the hydrocephalus. This is a modern neurosurgical treatment, however. This would not have been available prior to 50 or 60 years ago, let alone hundreds of years ago.
So does this mean that we've yet to play host to intergalactic visitors?
I have nothing against the notion that there are aliens in the universe. I think it would be really cool. I just don't think this skull is it. This is not the evidence of anything alien. Lloyd Pye would have you believe that this one skull, this one bit of evidence, which really has been very imperfectly examined, is enough to rewrite everything that we know. Of course, he's been making that claim for years. Everything you think you know is wrong. That's sort of his shtick, alternative science, alternative history. He wants to brush aside hundreds of years of evidence and expertise. He thinks all scientists are closed-minded and wrong, and therefore he can come up with any fantasy he likes and present that as the truth, because he can just ignore all of established science.
So is this the end of the mystery? Did the Starchild skull belong to a human suffering from hydrocephalus? Trenton Holliday and John Verano are professors of anthropology at the University of Tulane. They have a different take.
Originally, when I saw the skull, I suspected it might have suffered from hydrocephaly. However, I've since revised my opinion on that. I don't think it was a hydrocephalus individual.
So if not an alien and not hydrocephalic, just who was the Starchild?
The most unusual feature of the Starchild skull is just the shape of the skull. It's flattened in the back, it's bulged at the sides, and I can explain that very easily by cradle boarding.
Cradle boarding was an early solution to a problem many of us face today, making kids portable.
Cradle boarding was a very common practice in South America. It was originally done as a means of restraining the infants so that they could be brought out into the fields. It also was done for aesthetic reasons.
But how could a simple baby-carrying device create the bizarre shape of the Starchild skull?
Here's an example of an actual cradle board from Peru. I've strapped on a doll just to give you an idea of the way an infant would be put on it. And then here you can see how the head is strapped down. A strap goes over the forehead and goes over the back of the skull, holds the child's head in place, allows it to move probably from side to side. And in fact, many of these are asymmetrical, which suggests that they were lying habitually to one side or another.
But cradle boarding had a side effect. As the skull was compressed in one direction, it grew in the other to make room for the baby's rapidly developing brain.
This is a child skull that was cradle boarded. It's bulging out on the two sides, and that's because there's pressure that was put on the back side of the skull. What you can see is the way the skull is flattened from the back and this kind of bulging up from the side, giving it this unusual shape that if you didn't know about cradle boarding, you might think, boy, that's a bizarre-looking human skull.
Were the strange features of the Starchild skull caused by an ancient child-carrying device? Or is the truth way more bizarre?
The Starchild had an alien father and an alien mother.
The features of a 900-year-old skull puzzle the scientific community. Some offer practical explanations, such as cradle boarding. Others disagree.
When a skull is cradle boarded, a baby's bones are so soft that they flatten. So if you feel this, it's very flat, as flat as the board that it was pressed to. The Starchild has its natural convolutions to it. So what that means is it was not flattened artificially, it grew this way. Its genes told it to grow. Now, another interesting difference is that a normal human, the crown of the head is round, all the way round. Here, rounded, rounded. If you look at the Starchild, you see clearly that there is a crease here down the middle, a crease. And that could only occur if the suture, this suture line right here, had been fused in a human, was fused early, and then you could have a shape like this where the brain would grow out and around, and that wouldn't really spread out because the suture line would be prematurely fused. But we CAT scanned the Starchild and all of its sutures are open. There's no premature fusing. It's very normal. And also, it's very symmetrical. If you look at the whole skull, it's extraordinarily symmetrical. For as strange as it looks, it's more symmetrical than the human skull. It's more symmetrical than my skull or any average person's skull. In fact, one of the hallmarks of beauty, everyone agrees, is that the most symmetrical faces are the most beautiful in people, tend to be. So that too is very different. Now, another aspect of extreme difference between the Starchild and a human is the thickness of the bone, and we can see that very closely here. You see the difference. It's half or less. The Starchild's bone is half or less as thick. It weighs half as much. It's very much lighter in the hand than is a human skull.
So if it's not cradle boarding, could hydrocephaly have deformed the skull?
Anybody that says the Starchild is a hydrocephalic is missing a very important point. When you look at standard hydrocephalic pictures, you see it's blown up all around. There's no significant features like this. This grew this way because its genes told it to grow that way.
Having dismissed the opinion of traditional science, Lloyd undertook his own research. His findings are astonishing.
What makes the Starchild skull different is that there are 25 major physical differences between it and human skulls. There's not one part of it that's exactly like a human. It is completely different, and what that indicates is that its genes are radically different.
But does this mean the Starchild skull could only be of extraterrestrial origin? In 2003, DNA technology allowed Pi to put his theory to the test.
We got the first test by a laboratory that was capable of doing ancient DNA, and the answer that they got was that the mother was human and the father was not. Clearly something's wrong with the father. Father's not human.
Is the Starchild skull evidence that aliens bred with humans? Native American legends tell stories strikingly similar to Pye's theory.
There would be beings from the stars would come down from the skies, pick a woman in a village, and they would make her pregnant. So the Starchild fit right into that.
But as technology advances, so does the story of the Starchild skull. In early 2011, a new DNA test led Lloyd to an even more astonishing claim.
The conclusion that we've come to now after several DNA tests and an extensive analysis of those results is that the Starchild had an alien father and an alien mother. And when I say alien, I mean non-human. The difference is so stark, the difference is so wide, there is no way that we can call this a human.
Is this the first physical evidence that aliens exist? Lloyd has no doubt.
It's going to change human history to have to accept that at least once, 900 years ago, an alien being walked the earth, lived here, died here, and was buried here. This is the equivalent of landing on the moon.
What is the Starchild skull? For now it remains an enigma. Did it belong to a deformed child or an ancient adult with a disease of the brain? Is it conclusive evidence that we are not alone? Weird. Or what? You know, I've always had a fascination with the relics of the ancient past. And I'm not just talking about the Beatles or the Rolling Stones or Leonard Nimoy. No. When it comes to our far distant history, there's nothing quite as spectacular, mysterious, and even frightening as dinosaurs. Surely the king of all creatures, real-life monsters that dominated the planet until something wiped them out, long before man even evolved. What a pity that we only find them now in museums or as cute toys. Can you imagine what it would be like to see one in the flesh? Well, maybe we already have. And maybe we still can. Weird. Or what? Adventurer Dennis Swift travels the world in search of ancient artifacts, but nothing he's found compares to a discovery made in Ica, Peru, by a man named Javier Cabrera.
Dr. Cabrera made the greatest discovery in the history of mankind. The implications are staggering.
It began innocently enough at a birthday party in 1966.
It was Dr. Cabrera's 42nd birthday.
One of the doctor's oldest friends brings him a special gift.
Dr. Cabrera was given a stone. It was found in some official archaeological excavations.
The stone was carved by an ancient Peruvian tribe. His friend thinks it's a trinket, but the doctor makes a discovery that sets his heart racing. Etched into the stone is an image that defies explanation.
He recognized it to be a species of fish that went extinct 150 million years ago. Now, how do you explain that?
Seeking answers, the doctor employs local workmen to find more stones.
Dr. Cabrera began to find more in these stones, and people brought them to him. The more he delved into it, the more it consumed his life.
As more and more stones arrive, Dr. Cabrera realizes they feature other images that just shouldn't have been there.
Some of the stones seem to be depicting impossible scenes, things that would cause the textbooks to be rewritten.
What had the doctor found? It was something that would shock the world.
He risked his reputation. He said, if you look closely at this, you'll see a dinosaur carved there with 2 people.
It's an astonishing moment, but how could it be? Dinosaur fossils weren't identified until 1824. How could an ancient people have known about them 1,000 years ago?
Finding artifacts and information that showed that these people had knowledge of dinosaurs that predated our knowledge was truly amazing.
But could it be proved? After comparing the etchings on over 400 stones to real fossils, he discovered the depictions were accurate. The Peruvian artists must have known what dinosaurs looked like.
Now, not only is that astonishing, it began to say to him, they saw living, breathing dinosaurs. This is one of archaeology's most baffling enigmas.
Did the dinosaurs live millions of years longer than we thought they did?
I've studied the ecostones for well over 20 years. I believe they are very substantial, strong evidence that dinosaurs and man lived together.
Current scientific belief is that the dinosaurs were wiped out by an asteroid 66 million years ago. 59 million years before early man even existed. Swift, however, believes there's evidence to the contrary.
In the cultures around the world, they talk about encountering these animals of giant size, and they fit the description of what we would call a dinosaur. Of course, dinosaur was not coined until 1841 by Sir Edward Owen. It's a compound Greek word that means terrible lizard or frightfully fearful lizard. If you read the science books of the 1300s, 1400s, and 1500s, when they talk about dragons, they resemble very much what we would describe as a dinosaur. And in fact, there's an account of an Irishman in 900 AD who encountered a beast that had like triangular shaped diamond shapes on its back. It had a head like a horse, and it had big iron spikes on the back of its tail. And it describes his legs. Well, what animal could that be? It could only be a stegosaurus. I've been with the American Indians, and they say, we don't like to tell white people because they make fun of us, but they believe that their ancestors fought against what we would call a triceratops.
Could some dinosaurs have survived extinction? Did they walk among ancient Peruvians? For Swift, the artifact's uncannily accurate proportions don't lie.
Here's a Styracosaurus on the stone. Does it have dermal spines? Yeah. Does the tail sticking out when it's walking? Yes. Does it have 3 toes? Yes. All right, so it's a dinosaur.
But if Swift is right, there's an even bigger question. If dinosaurs walked the Earth with humans only a relatively short time ago, then what happened to them? And where are they?
I believe that they existed from a few thousand years ago to maybe 500 years ago, and there's a possibility that there could be a handful left. There was a Frenchman in 1967, I believe, even took photographs of a footprint. It's 3-toed, it's huge, and it has a claw on the back. Only a dinosaur had that kind of a footprint. So, yeah, dinosaurs could be out there.
Oh, boy, this is incredible. I mean, that guy thinks that dinosaurs are still roaming the Earth. Wow, let's think about what that means. There's not a lot of room left on the planet, so they're gonna have to share our neighborhoods, right? Maybe we could have one as a pet. Can you imagine keeping one in your backyard? I think not. Has somebody got a pooper scooper? A big one. Did man and dinosaur coexist? Should we rip up our history books?
I think that people actually watch the Flintstones and think it's reality programming.
Ancient Peruvian stone carvings pose a shocking question. Did our ancient ancestors walk alongside dinosaurs? Archaeologist Ken Feder doesn't think so.
I think that people actually watch the Flintstones and think it's reality programming. It's not, it's a cartoon, folks. Fred did not have a pet dinosaur. That really didn't happen.
But how can Feder be sure humans never saw dinosaurs? he points to the tens of thousands of fossils collected worldwide, which confirm they died out 66 million years ago.
We have a whole lot of evidence that dinosaurs died off long before there were people. And the fact that we have a bunch of stones with carvings and people writing around on dinosaurs is not strong evidence at all.
But if ancient Peruvians didn't see dinosaurs, how do we explain the Ica stones?
They're fakes, they're hoaxes. The story of the Ica stones, from start to finish, mirrors the stories of lots of other archaeological hoaxes. They start small, but once it becomes clear that there's a guy willing to buy some stones, suddenly we have thousands of these things, and the actual stones themselves become more and more elaborate.
Rather than finding them in caves, could the Peruvian peasants simply have made the stones themselves? There's only one way to find out. Art student Justine McGrath has been asked to test Federer's theory that the stones are merely fakes. She's going to attempt to replicate the stones using basic tools.
So I begin by just copying out the image. It's a very simple line drawing.
The drawing complete, Justine begins carving. She uses a power tool for speed, though the etching could easily be done by hand. Although the pattern is complete, the stone doesn't have an ancient look. Justine has an inexpensive solution.
I'm going to cover the stone in a mixture of manure and olive oil.
It's a rather down-to-earth solution. Her method of baking the stones is equally low-tech. But could some manure, olive oil, and a barbecue really recreate the mysterious Ica stones?
After just 3 hours of baking, this is what my Ica stone looks like.
For Feder, the results of this experiment are decisive.
We have two possible explanations in science, one that requires overturning everything we know, and one that simply requires that people are trying to make a buck by hoaxing. So it's a lot easier for me to accept the possibility that people are making fakes than to completely rewrite everything we know about, again, geology, biology, and so on. This compressing, this sort of pushing all of human history into just a few thousand years is sort of absurd on its face. Again, when you have a convergence of evidence, convergence of data, archaeological evidence, separate, geological evidence, separate, biological evidence, separate, paleontological evidence, separate, historic evidence, separate, and when all that data converges and points in exactly the same direction, in ancient Earth, dinosaurs dying off tens of millions of years ago, first human ancestors 5, 6, 7 million years ago walking upright in the plains of Africa, all that evidence converges, it all is mutually supportive. This notion, there really isn't any place in that history for people riding their dinosaurs to the drive-in movie theater.
Is this the end of the mystery? Are the Ica stones just fakes? Author Andy Lloyd is not so sure.
They weren't just created in someone's shed in the back garden 20 years ago. Some scientific work that's been done on them appears to indicate that there is a degree of oxidation over the engravings, which would indicate that they're of some antiquity.
So, if the stones really are ancient, that proves that the images they depict must have happened, right? Well, not necessarily.
I don't think that's very, very likely that man and dinosaur could have shared the Earth at any time. However, that's not to say that there isn't something rather wonderful about the Ica stones in this regard. And one of the ideas that I've put forward is that the makers of the Ica stones, the artists from ancient Peru who created them, may have received knowledge about dinosaurs from ancient civilizations whose own understanding of the dinosaurs was as good as ours.
Civilizations stretching back to ancient Greece unearthed dinosaur remains. They thought they were the bones of giants. But what if some ancient civilization did know what they were? Who could have done such a thing?
Atlantis is an excellent candidate because the discussions and descriptions of Atlantis show that it was a very technologically advanced civilization for its time.
The lost city of Atlantis, an advanced ancient civilization that is said to have flourished around the time of the Ice Age before falling into the ocean. Could Atlanteans have discovered dinosaurs?
We can speculate that the Atlanteans had a very good understanding of natural history because their ability with science and technology was evidently quite far advanced. They would have probably dug up dinosaur bones during their mining expeditions and pieced together a dinosaur in the same way that we did.
But many believe Atlantis to be little more than a legend, based on stories told by the Greek philosopher Plato. Is this strong enough evidence of its existence?
We can't authenticate the existence of Atlantis through anything other than Plato's writings, but some of his writings are some of the most important literature from that period. It seems odd that it's a story that Plato would have made up. This is the missing Atlantean link in our understanding of ancient civilizations and knowledge.
Could the Atlanteans have traveled the world, spreading a knowledge that was kept alive in stories and art? Or could the ecostones be definitive proof that our ancestors shared the Earth with dinosaurs? Or are they one of the most elaborate hoaxes of all time? Perhaps one day we'll know for sure, but in the meantime, it's most certainly weird. Or what? A 2,000-year-old wooden model excavated from Egypt's oldest pyramid reveals an amazing secret. Did the ancients invent modern flight?
It could have been launched easily from the top of a pyramid.
You know, I like to think of myself as a bit of an adventurer, or sort of an Indiana Jones, if you like. You see, I've been all over the world and collected some amazing relics. Wrong relic. Of course, some are more amazing than others. And some make you wonder what they might say if they could talk. Can you imagine finding something that could truly change the world? Well, here it is. Saqqara, Egypt. In one of the country's oldest burial grounds, French archaeologists begin to unearth the burial tomb of the 3rd century BC official, Paddy Iman. Among the artifacts recovered is what looks to be a model of a bird. It's cataloged and stored at the Cairo Museum for over 70 years. But no one could predict the shockwaves Special Register 6347 would soon make. The late Egyptologist Dr. Khalil Messiah realized the model was very unusual. It leads him to a breathtaking conclusion.
Dr. Messiah had found evidence of what appears to be a glider or an airplane, something that the ancient Egyptians supposedly didn't have.
Author David Childress thinks that Dr. Messiah has much to teach historians and the world.
To me, the research of Dr. Khalil Messiah is very important, because here we have a mainstream Egyptologist finding an artifact that we know is authentic, coming from over 2,000 years ago, a model, a very miniature model of an airplane, much like the early airplanes that were built in America and around the world at the turn of the century.
Could the artifact be a model of an ancient flying machine? It's a stunning revelation. Our histories tell us the first powered human flight was in 1903. If Dr. Messiah is correct, the ancient Egyptians may have beaten the Wright brothers by over 2,000 years. Although met with initial skepticism, tests by leading aeronautical engineers prove that the model, now known as the Saqqara bird, was designed for flight.
Ancient cultures have many stories of flight, of vimanas, of magic carpets, of flying chariots. But here with the Saqqara bird, we have an actual model of what could be an ancient airplane.
Did the ancient Egyptians experiment with flight? Is the artifact the model of a full-size glider or plane?
It's very important that we find artifacts like the Saqqara bird and other strange artifacts from these ancient cultures, because it really helps us place their legends and myths in contexts, such as flight. Is it possible that they actually had flight like we do today? And I think they did.
Is the Saqqara bird proof that the ancient Egyptians had technology 2,000 years ahead of its time? And if they did, how did they get it?
This is going to throw Egyptology and the way we view ancient civilizations completely topsy-turvy.
A man discovers a model wooden bird in a Cairo museum. Is the Saqqara bird proof the Egyptians took to the skies 2,000 years ago? Katja Gobes is an Egyptologist. She has her doubts.
When I first heard that the Saqqara bird was being used to support such claims of early aviation, I was completely taken aback. Certainly they were fascinated with the skies. They believed that their dead ascended to the sky to become celestial gods after death. Their chief deities were seen to be traveling through the sky, the sun god being the most important there, but there is no evidence whatsoever to suggest that the Egyptians had an interest in aviation.
But if the Saqqara bird was not the model of a glider, what was it?
The symbol of a bird is extremely important within the Egyptian religious and political system. We find them used in the hieroglyphic writing system. We find them as images protecting the king.
One bird in particular, the falcon, had a role which explains why it would be placed in a tomb.
The deceased Egyptian wishes to ascend to the sky and sometimes says he does so on falcon's wings. In particular, the falcon with the outstretched wings you will find at the back of the king's head, indicating that he is afforded the protection of the gods, and he is in fact Horus on earth. We find amuletic representations of falcons as protective devices in funerary contexts. That means in Egyptian tombs, decorating the coffins of the dead, being placed as little protective objects, amulets, on the actual mummies, or painted on the coffins, painted on the sides of the, on the walls of the tombs, and so forth.
There's one problem, though. The Saqqara bird looks nothing like the other Egyptian falcons. So what can explain its flat tail and plane-like wing?
It is not unheard of that toys were given to deceased children, and they would be put into their tombs so they would be accessible for their afterlife and for their eternal pleasure.
Could the mysterious artifact be nothing more than a simple child's toy? Are the smooth body and flat tail the result of amateur craftsmanship and not deliberate design?
Even though there are a few idiosyncrasies in its representation, the Saqqara bird is most likely an image of a falcon. There is no evidence that the Egyptians experimented with aviation technology. The claim is ludicrous, to say the least, so it is not inconceivable that the Saqqara bird was a toy that was given to a child, or even to an adult who wanted to take his favorite childhood toy with him into the afterlife.
Are we reading too much into an ancient toy? Not everyone thinks so.
Artifacts like the Saqqara bird are important because science likes to think it's got everything explained. We can explain how the Egyptians built the pyramids and all of their ancient technology, but items like the Saqqara bird throw a monkey wrench into some of these old theories, because suddenly it's possible that the ancient Egyptians and other civilizations could do much like we did and have flight, have electricity, have machines. When we look at ancient civilizations like the ancient Egyptians, we see that they've made so many magnificent buildings, and their sciences were very exact. They were good engineers. They studied nature tremendously. So the Saqqara bird seems to indicate that, yes, the ancient Egyptians knew about flight and had it.
But how can Childress be so sure that what looks like a bird is really a model airplane?
It's clearly an aerodynamic design and not just some simple toy. The wings are at what is known as the dihedral angle. It's a special angle that the wings of a glider have to be at in order to achieve lift. And the Saqqara bird has that.
So the wings are airworthy, but what about the tail?
Dr. Masia had also found evidence that the very top part of the tail rudder had been broken off. And he theorized that it had, in fact, had also another vertical tail, much like a modern jet would have.
But if the Saqqara bird was a model of an ancient glider, there's one big problem. Where in Egypt's flat desert could you glide from?
If it was a glider, it could have been launched easily from the top of a pyramid, perhaps, much like hang gliders themselves launch today off of cliffs and mountains. Or even the Egyptians could have developed a relatively primitive catapult-type launching system that would have given this glider the power to get in the air and then fly over areas of Egypt. I believe that the ancient Egyptians and other civilizations had powered flight, as well as gliders and airships and balloons, and even they had electricity and lights. Even they must have had power tools in some of their cases to build some of the buildings they had.
Were the crowning achievements of Egyptian civilization used as a launch pad by an ancient pair of Wright brothers?
If scientists are right that this is a model of a functioning glider, this is going to throw Egyptology and the way we view ancient civilizations completely topsy-turvy.
Okay, this is blowing my mind. Are they honestly trying to tell me that this 2,000-year-old ugly duckling is evidence of an ancient mastery of the laws of aerodynamics, that it could fly? Well, there's only one way to find out. Anybody got any clue? A simple bird replica or evidence of early flight? What is the Saqqara bird? Martin Gregory designs gliders. He thinks he knows the answer.
When I first heard the Saqqara bird was the model for a full-size airplane, I was skeptical to say the least. I knew for a start that the ancient Egyptians didn't have anything that could be used as an engine to power an airplane, and that gives you the clue, because Egypt's pretty flat and you're going to need some way of getting the airplane into the air, and you also, if you're going to use it for carrying cargo, going to need something to power it so it can travel a useful distance. I decided the only way I could find out if the Saqqara bird could have been a flying model was to build one myself.
Using the exact dimensions of the ancient artifact, Gregory constructs an identical replica. He'll launch it with a device used to test scale glider models.
I'm just about to launch the Saqqara bird in its original form as it came out of the pyramid with no tailplane. That flight did what I expected it to do. Its lack of aerodynamics kicked in and it tumbled and fell to the ground.
the test is conclusive.
A model of that size needs a stabilizing tail.
Dr. Messia believed that the Saqqara bird originally had a tail, which had snapped off with age. Could a tail make a difference?
Next, we're going to launch the Saqqara bird again, but this time fitted with a tailplane. This will stabilize it and let us see how good or poor a glider it is.
2,000 years of history hang on this one test. It travels further, but not much. The end results are the same.
The wing has rounded edges, and that just doesn't generate very much lift at all. And in terms of stability, all modern airplanes have the wing bent up at the tips for stability instead of swooping down like this one does.
So does the experiment prove that the Saqqara bird was really a child's toy? Following his experiment, Gregory has a theory of his own.
I think there's a possibility that it's a wind vane. I discounted the child's toy theory on the grounds that all real birds have a flat horizontal tail rather than a vertical fin, and most children will be able to recognize the difference and not be fooled by the presence of the fin. To find out whether it could have been a wind vane, I put a pivot on the belly of it, and as you can see, I think it's a far better weather vane than it is a flying model.
So, is the answer to a 2,000-year-old mystery really blowing in the wind? Was the Saqqara bird simply an ancient plaything? Or could it be evidence of mankind's first attempt at flight? We may never know. Weird or what? So there we have it. 3 ancient artifacts that bring into question everything we understand about history. A bizarrely shaped skull is found in a Mexican cave. Is it proof that aliens once visited Earth? Scenes depicted on ancient stone carvings question our natural history. Did man and dinosaur share our planet? And a 2,000-year-old wooden model suggests the impossible. Did an ancient civilization fly? You decide. Join me again next time for more stories that will undoubtedly be weird or what?